start like this. Hello, how are you?
Welcome everyone to our second annual conference and philosophy and religion in Africana tradition, from Nathaniel Turner to William R. Jones. So in this spirit of Nat Turner and Bill Jones, I would like to welcome all of you who are here. It might be a small group, but we have some very dedicated people who are constantly working with us, and it takes just a few to bring the message out for social and radical transformation. We are centering on the whole aspect of religion and philosophy in Africana tradition, primarily since religion is a central feature of Africana people, and from antiquity until now, chief motivating factor in African development, African history, African culture. And religion is fundamental in human culture from the very inception. It is through the prims of religion that humans emerge in trying to contemplate and develop their understanding of themselves in the world. It is in this context that the human person responded to nature, and in this interaction with nature, the gods were born. And so, this aspect of religion is fundamental. If you want to understand human history, if you want to understand human culture, you have to look at its religion, its development through the many centuries. So in this way, religion is a fundamental tool for human understanding of the nature of reality and the nature of human destiny. Religion is also a way of social control in which people preserve human society, so in the preservation and control of human society. So that's why we have these regulations with regard to do and don'ts. So it's a matter of social control and preservation. That's why most priests are politicians, and all politicians are priests. That's in the process of maintaining certain control over the people. But in the spirit of Nat Turner and in the spirit of William Jones, religion also performed the very opposite in terms of carry out radical change in the society when the culture becomes ossified and there is a need for change and there is a need for a new development. And so that is why we have the priestly class and the prophetic voice that speaks truth to power. Religion is also a matter of identity, and this is one of the most central functions of religion in terms of identity formation, personal identity, community identity, and national identity. And in terms of when people proclaim their faith, they are identifying with an institution, with a history, and with a culture. There is also the question of what we call institutional religion in relationship to civil religion as it is experienced in the American experience. And so that's why we have aspect of the culture in which a lot of people can associate with in terms of an overarching umbrella that will express national will. And in this context, we have a certain aspect like Thanksgiving, Pledge of Allegiance, and related issue in terms of religion, and certainly the number one religion in America, football. And so this is aspect of what we call civil religion, in which people of different persuasion can motivate themselves with regard to national culture. But we are not only looking at religion, we are looking at philosophy. And one of the main purposes of philosophy is to keep religion honest, in which we bring analytical tool to temper the enthusiasm of religion and religious expression, that religion might not become demonic. And so this is one of the reasons why philosophy is so important in terms of the relationship religion. And within the Africana people in our communities and in our nationalities and in our civic duty, so much wrapped up with religion. And so it is absolutely important for there to be an element, the analytical one, the philosophical tool, to keep religion honest. So in the spirit of Nat Turner and in the spirit of William Jones, over the next 2 days, we will be exploring numerous aspects of the relationship between religion and culture. Thank you very much for coming. And now I'm going to ask Mary Taylor from the Graduate Center to bring us greetings on behalf of the center.
Good morning, everyone. Everett deserves the greatest thanks as the conceptual and the organizational root of this conference. So thanks, Everett Green, for making this happen 2 years in a row, and we hope there'll be many more. I've been asked simply to greet you on behalf of the Center for Place, Culture, and Politics, which is sponsoring this conference today on the behalf of the Graduate Center community. I'm the assistant director there, and what we try to do is to bring people together across the disciplines to think about important social issues. And we have the pleasure of doing a lot of public programming where we try to bring academics in conversation with social movements as well as other critical analytical thinkers to hopefully move the world in a better direction. So I encourage you to see what we're up to and to sign up on our list if you would like to hear about our events or come to them, and also to reach out to us if you have an event that you would like to make happen. So if you're working on a critical issue and you would like an academic as well as activist audience for it, we'd be happy to talk to you about making that event happen here. So again, welcome. I do want to just bring your attention to the fact that today we're here at the Graduate Center, but tomorrow the second part of the conference will be at the Commons on Atlantic Avenue in Brooklyn. So just so you don't show up here at the Graduate Center tomorrow morning, please note the location of tomorrow's event. And I'm looking forward very much to the next segment of the conference. Everett, would you like me to announce the first panel? Our first speaker will be Kimberly Ann Harris from Pennsylvania State University. The chair will be Sarah Makuria, who's a senior research associate at UT Dallas Institute for Urban Policy Research. The title of Ms. Harris's talk is BICO and the Liberatory Potential of Non-Racialism and Post-Racialism. So welcome our first speaker.
Hi. Hi. So this paper is a paper I've been working on for a very long time, and I'm excited. I've given it several times, and every time it changes a little bit. So as she was just saying, the title of my paper is Biko and the Liberatory Potential of Non-Racialism and Post-Racialism. Stephen Bantu Biko is a central figure in the history of the fight against apartheid. Although he is placed in opposition to people like Neville Alexander and Nelson Mandela, his legacy in South Africa is cherished. In his tribute to Biko, Mandela said, "Biko's life was extinguished with more callousness and casualness than a person snuffing out a candle flame between thumb and forefinger. Assert yourselves, be resilient, be reliant." With this, he ignited a passion in the youth, and they walked tall. I never had the opportunity to meet him. From prison, we followed his exploits and closely followed the emergence of the Black consciousness movement. Mandela's words about late Biko reveal how much influence Biko had in the fight for Black liberation in South Africa. A central task for Biko was to determine how South Africa could become a non-racial society. Until this end, I call the non-racialism promoted by Biko progressive. Biko's understanding of concepts such as Blackness, Black solidarity, and integration are steps toward a teleological goal of a non-racial society and provide the basis for the interpretation I'm going to present to you. Not only are these concepts thought of as steps, but also stages in the movement of Black consciousness. Only in a non-racial society can liberation or emancipation be achieved for Biko, hence it's an end goal. In the definition of Black consciousness, Biko introduces the philosophy of Black consciousness as a means to achieve positive changes in Black people's lives on the way to Black liberation. He explains that interrelation between the consciousness of the self and the emancipatory program is of paramount importance. The individual is the subject of Black consciousness, and the individual's awareness of his or herself as a Black individual, or what Lewis Gordon refers to as being Black in the world, is where the phenomenological account starts. This consciousness, combined with an emancipatory program, unifies other Black individuals to achieve a group. This is the general idea of Black consciousness. Critical debate surrounds the philosophical nature of Biko's claims. Sam Nolashutu claims that Biko's Black consciousness lacks philosophical grounding. Mabago P. Moore suggests that Biko was an Africana existentialist philosopher. And furthermore, along these same lines, Lewis Gordon argues that Biko's Black consciousness is phenomenological. And these are Gordon's words about Biko and phenomenology. Gordon writes, "Why phenomenology? Phenomenology examines the formation of meaning as constituted by consciousness, where the latter is relationally understood as always directed in the manifestation of something. That Black consciousness refers to a form of consciousness already calls for a phenomenological analysis," end quote. So Gordon's focus is on phenomenology, and I think that's one valuable way to conceptualize how we can think of Biko as a philosophical thinker. But my intention here is to show how Biko's articulation of Black consciousness is philosophically rich, especially when philosophers of race theorize about post-racialism here in the US. So, as I was saying before, there are these central or fundamental concepts to Biko's understanding of non-racialism, and so I'm going to talk about them a little bit here. The several concepts fundamental to Biko's understanding of non-racialism are Black identity, Black solidarity, and true integration. Black identity refers simply to the embracement of one's Blackness. Black solidarity denotes the group effort to achieve Black liberation, and the final concept, true integration, signifies the equal respectability of Black and white cultures and their eventual blending in South Africa. Each of these concepts serves as a step, as I was saying, in Biko's teleological understanding of non-racialism. Embracing one's Black identity is a catalyst for Black consciousness. It is the first movement toward consciousness. It is Biko's thought that people who were oppressed by white racism should come together to overcome their oppression. Hence, when in that quote that I read you by Nelson Mandela, one of the things he says, and he's quoting Biko, assert yourselves, be resilient, be self-reliant. These words represent the very idea behind embracing Black identity. In order to overcome oppression, individuals must brace their identity, and more importantly, they must assert this identity. Black consciousness is not a simple acceptance of identity, but rather it is the embracement of collective identity as a path to engagement. This is what it means to be self-reliant. This embracement of Black identity also served controversially as a critique of colored South Africans, put colored in quotations, who hesitated to align themselves with the Black liberation struggle. So within the context of Black consciousness, Black identity is not just about the color of one's skin, but rather the need to correct the association of Blackness with inferiority. Biko explains it this way: being Black is not a matter of pigmentation, but being Black is a reflection of the mental attitude. By focusing on inferiority rather than pigmentation, Biko can account for all non-whites, or non-whites in general, including those who are neither Black nor white. And he continues when he says, the fact that we are not all white doesn't necessarily mean we are all Black. Non-whites do exist. Admittedly, this passage is open to a number of interpretations. In one reading, I think Biko appears to be pointing out the potential for Blackness to be dissociated from inferiority. And another reading, this passage points to limits of the Black-white binary, insofar as there are non-whites who are not considered inferior to whites. However, Biko does not provide any more sort of explanation to this passage. The second concept that frames Biko's understanding of non-racialism is Black solidarity. So Black solidarity is a direct consequence of this embracement of Black identity. Embracing one's Black identity should simultaneously generate an intrinsic motivation to liberate oneself. And this liberation can only take place, according to Biko, through a group effort. However, the next step on the path to Black liberation is dissociating inferiority from Black identity and Black culture. Another way of understanding what solidarity means for Biko is through culture. While Biko does not spend much time exclamating what he takes culture to be itself, one can infer from the South African context that he makes a big deal of culture because of the various groups living in South Africa speaking different languages. So these different South African groups have a difference in language, values, religions, educational backgrounds. The white cultures, namely the English and the Dutch, and the various Black cultures, the Zulu, Xhosas, etc., for Biko, it is essential that Black culture be equally as respectable as white culture in order for true integration to occur. Take, for example, the idea that African culture is thought to be time-bound. This is the idea that African culture somehow remains trapped in the past. According to Biko, African culture is a modern cultures, just like European cultures are. He explains that two cultures that meet and fuse were the African culture and the Anglo-Boer culture. Whereas the African culture was thought to be unsophisticated and simple, the Anglo-Boer culture had all the trappings of a colonialist culture and therefore heavily equipped for conquest. Those are Biko's words. This description distinguishes African culture as primitive and simple, and these are commonly ascribed traits that make Anglo and Boer cultures appear superior to African cultures. Black solidarity is essential to the fight against these common conceptions that deem African cultures inferior. So the third concept that I want to talk about that frames Biko's understanding of non-racialism is true integration. True integration, it provides the futuristic character of Biko's understanding of non-racialism. The long-term goal of Black consciousness was indeed integration, so the mixing of the European cultures and the African cultures in South Africa. Biko thought that there would be no need for Black consciousness if South Africa were a free and equal country. He writes, "The Black consciousness approach would be irrelevant in a colorless and a non-exploitative egalitarian society. However, true integration could only be achieved by those cultures that were considered equal. The Black consciousness movement intended to destroy what stunted Black liberation, namely white racism and Black inferiority. From this perspective, a non-racial society marks the most important achievement in the Black liberation struggle. It is important to note, however, that Biko distinguishes his understanding of non-racialism from other understandings of non-racialism. So according to Biko, these other modes of understanding non-racialism draw on artificial rather than true integration. Artificial integration requires Blacks to assimilate into a minority white culture in South Africa. And in explaining the aim of the Black consciousness movement, Biko writes that it seems to infuse the Black community with a newfound pride in themselves, their efforts, their value systems, their culture, their religion, and outlook on life. In opposition to artificial integration, which would be assimilation, true integration is the blending of equal cultures. It should not be applied thoughtlessly. Biko states each group must be able to attain its style of existence without encroaching on or being thwarted by another. Out of this mutual respect for each other and complete freedom of self-determination, there will obviously raise a genuine fusion of the lifestyles of various groups. This is true integration. So the distinction between artificial integration and true integration serves as a critique of liberal approaches to non-racialism. So Biko thought that white liberals were playing their old game when they adopted non-racialism. And he explains it this way: we are concerned with the curious bunch of nonconformists who explain their participation in negative terms, the bunch of do-gooders that goes under all sorts of names, liberals, leftists, etc. This critique that uses non-racialism is not merely aimed at liberals, but it is aimed at those on the left more generally. And this separates Biko's understanding of non-racialism from, say, Neville Alexander and the Unity movement, which was a communist movement who adopted non-racialism, but rather to focus on class consciousness over race consciousness. So Neville Alexander and the Unity movement, which both had communist foundations and held the view that class over race should be the focus of resistance movements. Alexander's focus on class rather than race represents a particular strand of non-racialism. Okay. The embracement of Black identity, Black solidarity, and true integration are concepts that represent what I'm calling this teleological or progressive understanding of non-racialism that Biko puts forth. My own depiction of these steps as constitutive is intended only to draw out the importance of each aspect of race consciousness as it pertains to Biko's non-racialism. And recognizing Biko's understanding of non-racialism as progressive provides the groundwork for demonstrating how it reconciles with Black consciousness. So the idea here is that typically we think of non-racialism as the absence of race categories, right? And so that position is clearly thought to be in opposition to something like Black consciousness. But what I've been trying to demonstrate here is that Biko's understanding of non-racialism is not without racial consciousness. In fact, racial consciousness is fundamental to his understanding of non-racialism. So I want to draw a general distinction between this progressive and teleological understanding of non-racialism that Biko has and principal interpretations of non-racialism, which are prominent in South Africa today in academia. So there are three versions of this principal understanding of non-racialism, and I distinguish them by individualism, assimilationism. This wording is going to get kind of chunky, but assimilationism and colorblindness, so that's three. A distinguishing feature of any understanding of non-racialism is its treatment of racial consciousness. Principal understandings of non-racialism, for instance, put race consciousness and the achievement of a non-racial society in opposition to each other. At the Burden of Race conference, Mansu points out in his keynote address, liberating race from apartheid, that non-racialism is not consistently the dominant political motif in South Africa concerning race. The cultural politics of meaning creation reached its nadir with the return of non-racialism as the dominant political motif in the 1980s. Black consciousness and non-racialism then stood toe-to-toe as competing visions of political and cultural identity. My interpretation of Biko's understanding of non-racialism illuminates the fact that he did not abide by principles that would deny or diminish the role of racial consciousness in order to realize a non-racial society. So Mansu's thesis, which is a more historical thesis, is that in the discussion about non-racialism in South Africa for a very long time, it put Black consciousness and non-racialism in opposition to each other. So they were thought to be competing worldviews. And that is only because Biko's understanding of non-racialism often never comes up in these discussions. In fact, while Biko is a figure that's cherished politically in South Africa, some of his ideas don't get talked about while we're having these conversations about non-racialism. So I want to make that clear. Okay, moving on. The reason that theorists have not had productive discussions about non-racialism, namely its liberatory potential, is because the term has various and sometimes contradictory meanings. Any critique of non-racialism, I think, must be specific about which understanding of non-racialism it's attacking, since the range of the meanings make it difficult to attack them all at once. The general distinction that I've made between progressive and principled understandings of non-racialism reveal two completely different of the term. Therefore, the arguments affecting either of these interpretations will be different from one another. I argue that principal understandings of non-racialism reason that the use of some principle is most beneficial in achieving a non-racial society. A set of rules, a methodology exists with respect to how to achieve an ideal non-racial society. Three versions, which I mentioned already, of these principal versions of non-racialism: individualism, assimilationism, and colorblindness. The first version, individualism, non-racialism as individualism, uses individualism as that principle for achieving an ideal non-racial society. So in this version, racism is thought to manifest itself in the behavior of individuals. Therefore, combating it must be a concerted effort that focuses on racial prejudices and behaviors of individuals rather than structures. The second understanding of principle non-racialism uses assimilation as its principle. Assimilation or integration. Combating racism here entails envisioning a homogeneous society. Usually this manifests itself commonly as like a focus on the nation rather than the division between races. And then the final one, colorblindness. Colorblindness is a political motif that considers the ethical and practical reasons for why individuals do not see race. According to colorblind ideology, race has no biological relevance and therefore is not real, right? And we know people who hold these types of positions, like Kwame Anthony Appiah, for instance. But maybe his views have changed, but at one point in his life, he held that view. Okay, so like non-racialism, post-racialism here in the US has received also, I think, rather unproductive theoretical discussion. And that's also due to non-racialism means a lot of different things to a lot of different people, right? So recently amongst philosophers of race, post-racialism has attracted a lot of attention. And this is clear from Howard McGarry has this little book called The Post-Racial Ideal. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff out there now. I'm thinking about Howard McGarry because I'm going to talk about him in a moment. But there's a bunch of other people out there who have stuff on post-racialism. So I find it interesting that it's made its way into philosophy now as a theme. So I would like to focus on Howard McGarry's The Post-Racial Ideal here. In response to this work, I argue that the idea that post-racialism could have liberatory potential has been too quickly dismissed by philosophers. So McGarry calls post-racialism individualism one of the most common conceptions of post-racialism in the US. He explains that this understanding of post-racialism is understood to be one where no one thinks about race anymore, but instead we're able to see one another as individuals because we have put some ugly aspect of US history behind us. This view appeals to the argument that races are not natural kinds, and as a result, we cannot talk about race at all. Appiah, as I was just saying, holds this position, and so does Naomi Zak. Furthermore, as the logic goes for those people, individual identity is disrespected when race talk is used. This progressive conception of non-racialism seems to reason that race and discussions about race are key to reshaping the history of racial oppression in the United States. In other words, this post-racialist would recommend using a principle of racial elimination in order to realize a post-racial utopia. So what I'm doing here with non-racialism and post-racialism, because there's kind of a jump there in language, is that those three versions of non-racialism that I laid out, non-racialism, individualism, assimilationism, and colorblindness, have the same versions of post-racialism here in the U.S. So I'm basically drawing a parallel there to help us get on the same page about all the various meanings of non-racialism and post-racialism. So I think non-racialism and post-racialism are very alike. So I'm going to keep on talking for a moment here about how McGarry talks about post-racialism. McGarry reminds us that post-racialism assimilationism is nothing new. Frederick Douglass might be considered one of the earliest proponents of a view like this one. Douglass argued that racial identities restricted individuals and acted as a barrier against human progress. Sorry, the pages got switched around. So both Douglass's assimilationism and his universal humanism led him to argue that race and gender and national identities are transversal and superficial. Thus, we should all focus on our common humanity rather than individual differences in the journey for human progress. The post-racial move to focus on the universal or the more encompassing identity categories was essential to the success of Barack Obama's presidential campaign. In his speech at the 2004 Democratic National Convention, Obama himself appealed to this line of reasoning when he said, "There is not a liberal America and a conservative America. There's the United States of America. There's not a white America and a black America and a Latino America and a Asian America. There's the United States of America." So for Obama, the focus is on our shared identity as Americans rather than our racial differences. Furthermore, it is implied that to make any sort of progress and to maintain hope for the future, national identity is more important than racial identity. That is the implication that I draw from that. So the third version of non-racialism, post-racialism, uses colorblindness also, right? And this is the most attacked version of post-racialism. In the United States, post-racialism, defined by colorblindness, has mostly been taken up in the legal arena or legal studies, and Summa Cho provides a definition of post-racialism. She calls it, the move is to effectuate a retreat from race. This retreat from race takes at least three forms: material, as the retreat from state-imposed remedies; social cultural, as the retreat from white, liberal, progressive difference to black normativity on the meaning of racial equality and justice; and political, as the retreat from collective political entities organized along racial lines and agendas as a legitimate protest or reform vehicle. So she kind of has three different ways to talk about post-racialism. So her understanding of post-racialism as a retreat from race emphasizes the way in which post-racialism, based on the colorblind principle, finds fault in discussing race and moves to stop discussing race altogether. So in explaining this version of post-racialism, Cho goes further than I do to show all the ways in which the principle of colorblindness gets used in the legal arena. The important thing to note here is that this version of post-racialism is mostly used in legal studies, and it wants to retreat from race, right? So I just want to talk, since my time is running up, so I want to sum up maybe some objections to things that I've just said. So one might point out that there are other versions of non-racialism besides the one proposed by Biko, which claim that racial consciousness is important. And that's true. And an example of that would be someone like Raymond Suttner in his piece, Race as an Emancipatory Concept in South Africa. He argues that race must be included in discussions about non-racialism. And yet he also turns around and argues that it makes sense to exclude race talk when discussing humanity. Regardless, it does not make sense to exclude exclude race talk when we're talking about the existence of social inequality. Interpretations of non-racialism that include racial consciousness may not always be progressive, but they can be principled, and that's what I would claim here. As an example, Suttner focuses on strategic use of racial categories, and at the same time, he demonstrates the concern that these categories could become permanent and thus emancipatory. So Suttner has a lot of contradictions. Another objection, some might be also skeptical of my application of Biko, claiming that Biko's progressive understanding of non-racialism as a model for progressive understanding of post-racialism isn't radical enough. And the objection would be something like, well, you know, if all these versions of non-racialism and post-racialism are confusing and not clear, then why don't we outright reject non-racialism or outright reject post-racialism, right? And because discussions on the future of race relations go back as far as racial conflicts themselves, we might continue to discuss the future of race, but we might reject using principles that exclude racial identification. I would just reiterate that drawing on theoretical distinction between progressive and principled versions of non-racialism and post-racialism demonstrates that Biko's progressive understanding of non-racialism is at least radical for my purposes here with the theoretical move I want to make with his work. And still others might also be suspicious of my claim that non-racialism and post-racialism are symmetrical. When Biko reconciled Black consciousness with a progressive non-racialism, he was confident that Black consciousness was a viable political program in South Africa. Given the differences between South Africa's context and the United States, the size of the Black populations, I mean, there may be no reason to believe that a similar political program will work in the United States. And it is not my contention, however, to make non-racialism and post-racialism appear identical, but rather to show that they have grounds for comparison. Principled non-racialism and post-racialism use the same principles, although it is possible progressive non-racialism and post-racialism would not have the same formula. For example, it is debatable as to whether African Americans have a separate and distinct culture from white Americans. This I will concede to. If a progressive understanding of post-racialism were to be implemented in the United States, I could imagine it not having the exact same steps that Biko laid out for the South African context. Thank you.
So let's give another hand to Ms. Harris for starting us off this morning. And there are microphones on the left and right side of the stage. We have a couple of minutes for some questions, so please do not be shy and start us off.
I'm not a shy guy, so I'm going to go ahead and step up here.
Thank you.
How everybody doing today?
Good.
All right, Ms. Harris, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it was very informative in a variety of different ways. My name is Anthony Dandridge. I'm a PhD candidate at Temple University in the Department of Africology over there. My question is, and I think I probably need to revisit my Biko a little bit, right? But I got to ask you three questions, but it's two short ones, right, real short. The first question is, did Biko use the term, the concept, non-racialism, specifically?
Yes.
Okay, so Biko did use that. Gotcha. So that takes away my second question. All right, so then my third question is, in your work, do you see a distinction between racism and racialism? All right, and I can get real long-winded, but I like just to ask short questions real quick. But I mean, just in terms of, a lot of different people say, well, you know what, you can use race as a social construct, but not necessarily be racist. You got some people think that make the argument that using race is inherently racist, so you need to get away, let's avoid the concept. And so in some sense, you're dealing with that idea too, right? But I did not see the word racism come up and all in your presentation. So do you see a distinction there or don't you? So I'm gonna stop right there.
Thank you for the question. Just to be pretty direct about it, I don't like the terminology racialism over racism because it suggests to me that we're going to focus on individual racial construction rather than looking at structures of racism. So I'm not of the Appia strain at all. And so if I talk more about racialism than racism here, it's mostly to sort of draw out other people's accounts of these concepts. And so Appia would be a person I would critique on this. Does that answer? Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, my name's Stephen Holt, and I'm an Episcopal priest here in this area. Lived in South Africa for a little while.
Oh, where?
Yeah, when I was little, in Johannesburg. When, 1967, so serious apartheid. And I'm interested in the second stage of Biko's trajectory, which is solidarity as a necessary move forward towards true integration as opposed to false integration. And I wonder if you could oppose that or distinguish it from individualism, because so I guess here's my question. Is individualism itself an Anglo concept as opposed to a pan-human concept? And therefore, if you move to individualism, you are in fact, erasing race, you are moving into a culture. The individualism is not itself a sort of an independent category. It is in fact a cultural category, which is, say, an Anglo category. And as you said, the second stage with solidarity, it is to embrace that, which is to say both yourself and everybody who's like you, and only from there can you move forward to true pan-cultural integration.
Yeah. So your question is about the way I sort of lay out those steps?
No, I very much enjoyed it. I'm just asking, based on everything you said, I'm wondering what your opinion is.
Yeah.
Is individualism an Anglo concept as opposed to, let's call it, a human concept, which is why it's dangerous to the trajectory towards true integration?
I have to admit, when we talk about concepts and the influence of European thought on African thought, it's hard to parse out what is Anglo, what's African. And a concept like individualism gets traditionally thought of as a Western concept, and I do not think that Biko doesn't have that type of understanding of individualism in his work. Even the first step where one is supposed to embrace their Black identity, so they're supposed to come to realize, they're supposed to have this awakening about what it means for me to be Black. He doesn't talk about it. I mean, I probably present it as like these steps that happen separate from each other, but really Biko's language is that these things happen at the same time, really. So as one is realizing their Black identity, this is also the same motivation to fight with others for Black liberation, right? So this more group collective mentality. All those things are together for Biko. So individualism as individualism, the way we understand it, I don't think that's the kind of conception that Biko's working with. So to get directly to your question, I don't want to say that individualism as a concept is only Western. Because as we can see here with Biko, he has this very unique understanding of individualism as he's talking about Black consciousness.
The reason, what's behind that, I think, didn't Stephen Biko come out of the Pan-Africanist Congress, whereas Mandela was ANC?
Yeah.
And PAC was much more about solidarity, and Mandela was headed towards Rainbow Nation, which is that true integration.
So I'll end with one final question. So in terms of liberation, how viable do you think even true integration is possible? And I'm going to give an example from the American or U.S. context. I was taking my son, who is not playing very quietly in the back, to a science museum. And there are no black people, there are no Asian people, there are no Latino people, there are no women who have given anything to science if we were just to look at the panels presented in the Science Museum, right? So the way that history is constructed, the way that we tell our stories, our narratives, at least in the US context, but I would say around the world, are not one where cultures are seen equally in any way. And so is this even a viable route towards liberation from your perspective?
Post-racialism or non-racialism? Or
I would,
both?
yeah, I would say you can,
Both.
yeah, both, from both contexts.
You know, I tried to get at this sort of issue that kind of tugs at me at the end of the paper, which is Biko's thinking about the South African context, and he's thinking about all of these cultures living in South Africa, and I've spent a lot of time in South Africa, and it's the same type of situation that you just described here in the US, where certain cultures are more visible, their histories are told, in general, and others are completely invisible, right? So the only thing I want to say in terms of viability is that, make no mistake, the political program that Biko's laying out for the South African context, and what I would say is a similar project for African Americans and other people of color here in the US, is not an easy program, right? We're not, I mean, he spends much more time in I Write What I Like talking about how black people can overcome inferiority, but that's only one half of the puzzle, right? That's, I mean, he's also, which this is not an aspect talked about as much, which is this aspect of white consciousness. You know, when do white people become aware of this sort of entitlement, and how do we work together to make cultures more equal? That's not just, you know, a burden of blacks. That's also that's something that should be taken up by all people. So I do think it's a viable political program. I just don't know. It involves a lot. One is the educational system, which Biko talks about a lot in his book.
All right, well, let's thank Ms. Harris again, and hopefully we can get more to these questions as we move on.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you all for coming. And it's my honor and privilege to welcome the next speaker. Brittany O'Neill. I met Brittany about how many years ago? About 5 years ago? Yeah, yeah. And she was at the time plugging away at her working at the PhD, and in spite of the rigors that she expressed from time to time, she's always very pleasant and very gracious, and had an impact really on me, you know, talking to her and discussing different issues with her. It was at a philosophy of the Philosophy Born of Struggle conference in Michigan that I met her, and it seemed as if, you know, she's just become part of our family, so to speak. She just graduated actually in August this year with her PhD in philosophy, and believe it or not, she has a daughter who is also pursuing philosophy, which I think is really an accomplishment. And so without any more ado, I will ask Tiffany to come up and make her presentation.
Thank you for such a warm welcome. It's good to be here again this year. I want to thank Professor Green for organizing and putting on this conference. I always enjoy coming because Dr. Jones, William Jones, always seems to be the center of attention, and that's who I do my research on. Like Zay said, I recently graduated from Michigan State, but I actually got my PhD in African American and African Studies with a concentration in philosophy. And I'm currently teaching at Long Island University, the Brooklyn campus. So I want to recognize two of my students that made the long journey here on an early Friday morning. So if you guys could stand up so we can all recognize you. Thank you so much for coming. So I recently defended my dissertation in August, and the title of my dissertation is Apologia for Black Liberation, the Concept of God in James H. Cone's Black Liberation Theology and William R. Jones' Humanocentric Theism. So my goal today is to briefly read my concluding chapters, and without further ado, I will go ahead and get started. The reason I chose this dissertation topic was influenced by meeting Dr. Jones at the Philosophy Born of Struggle conference at Michigan State. I believe the first time I met him was in 2009, and then again he came back in 2011 before he passed away a few years ago. So I had a chance to meet Dr. Jones, who, when you read his most recognized book, Is God a White Racist?, the language that he uses comes off as completely different than the actual person when you meet him. He was a very small man with a very low voice, but he was very kind, and he would do anything for you. He would spend hours talking to students about their work and whatnot. But he influenced me to start to look at this idea of Black liberation and how we can actualize liberation in the Black community. So in juxtaposition to Dr. Jones, I decided to look at James Cone, who was at Union Seminary up the way here. And I started to contemplate these ideas. If a certain image or a certain conception of God can lead to a viable Black liberation theology. And when I talk about Black liberation, I'm talking about it in the material sense. I'm not talking about liberation in the spiritual sense. I'm talking about material liberation. So economic, social, and political liberation, or as Dr. Jones would call it, ESP, economic, social, and political. So I'm going to start off with a quote from Lewis Gordon, which he seems to be coming up quite a bit already today. So at the heart of Jones's analysis was the conviction that oppression must be overcome, but no such overcoming can emerge without a critical understanding of human reality. Jones emerged, in other words, as an existential revolutionary. He took very serious the existential insight that struggle involves negotiating the relationship between institutions and situated human beings. And I think that's a key for Jones, is what we see is Jones doesn't just provide us with his idea of a Black liberation theology. He also encourages scholars to look at the anatomy of oppression. So how can we dissect and understand the nature of oppression in our current reality? And we'll get to that as I continue to go through this. So some of the questions that informed my dissertation and my interest in Jones include, do certain value systems, such as religious beliefs, impact or influence the liberatory potential for material liberation for African Americans? And are certain theological beliefs antithetical to liberation? And what is the liberatory potential in Jones and Cone's theological systems? From these two questions, I also began to contemplate whether the existence of a supernatural being can negatively impact the possibility of liberation. So I'm going to go ahead and just briefly read through my conclusions here. The theologies of Cone, I'm sorry. I'll move the remote out of the way here. The theologies of Jones and Cone were analyzed because they offer a unique perspective towards understanding God and God's nature in the natural world, specifically within the African American community. James H. Cone's theological enterprise falls in line with conventional standards of Black liberation theology. Last year, I presented a paper on Jones, and it was entitled Transgressing and Transforming Conventional Boundaries of Black Liberation Theology. And the purpose of that paper was to expand the parameters of how we define Black liberation theology. Because if we use Cone as our starting point, we begin to see that it's mostly a Protestant Christian tradition that we see within the Black liberation theology tradition. And my goal was to expand that and to challenge those definitions to be able to include someone like Jones, who is a philosophical theologian, to be part of that discussion as well. So Cone follows a Protestant theological perspective that centralizes biblical scripture as a major source in understanding the nature of God. Cone uses the Bible to support his claim that God is for the oppressed, and therefore God will act on behalf of African Americans, just as God did in the Exodus. William R. Jones's theological system is not part of the conventional Black liberation theology, but falls within the parameters of philosophical theology and Black liberation theology. Through philosophical theology, Jones is able to provide an expansive conception of God that is not bound to certain theological commitments, whereas Cone is forced to adhere to Christian theological commitments. And what I mean by that is Cone is a biblical theologian, so he is going to use biblical scripture to support his conception of God, and that's why with Cone, we see the more traditional Christian idea of God as omnipotent, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent. Sorry, it's early. Whereas with Jones, we don't quite see those same signifiers attached to God. God becomes more of a watchmaker, or Jones follows a more deistic approach to conceptualizing God. The theological systems of Jones and Cone can be reduced to the objective of finding a new and provocative way towards understanding the relationship between man and God. For Cone, the relationship is described through the lens of biblical scripture. The Bible offers evidence that God has historically shown election towards the oppressed, and in time, God will participate in the liberation of African Americans, the oppressed of the present day. The paper that's going to be that's presented by John McClendon after my talk, I'm actually going to be reading as well, and you will see a better, you'll get some clarity on this idea of Cone using the Bible as a history book. And by that, I mean an actual account of historical events that took place in the human world. And Dr. McClendon will give a philosophical analysis of that perspective or that claim. Contrary to Cone, Jones offers a concept of God that does not require an active relationship between humans and God. Jones's philosophical theology complicates whether certain Christian claims are antithetical to liberation. The substantive and philosophical implications of Cone's Black liberation theology is the problem of theodicy. Cone tries to maintain God's traditional attributes along with the existence of oppression in the natural world by relating oppressive conditions to events of liberation as depicted in biblical scripture. This is why the Bible is a critical component in Cone's theology. Because Cone builds his theology from biblical scripture, the element of oppression is not clearly located as the responsibility of humankind, creating an environment where oppressive conditions are the result of God's will. A concept of God that promotes a personal God with the traditional attributes assigned within Christian thoughts, we're confronted with justifying God's benevolence in human suffering. And essentially, that's what theodicy is. Theodicy is this relationship between presenting God as all good, all powerful, and all knowing, yet trying to justify and reconcile the suffering that we find in the human world. So why is it that we can have poverty and children dying of starvation when we have an all-knowing and all-powerful God? Why isn't he stepping in? Once human suffering is associated with divine intent, the potentiality of inciting change based upon human intervention is severely decreased. Biblical theology and conventional Black liberation theology claim to have knowledge of God's intentions and therefore are able to claim God is on the side of the oppressed. Yet every instance of divine favor can also be a sign of divine disfavor, since we have no inconclusive evidence of God's will. To claim that God is on the side of the oppressed and that God is omnibenevolent leads towards a conclusion that satisfies the theodicy issue by reducing the oppressed to the status of the suffering servant. And the suffering servant motif is strongly denounced by both Jones and Cone because in a sense it puts responsibility on the oppressed for their current condition. So it brings to light this group of people or this individual committed a sin or committed a crime, and therefore they're being punished for it. But that punishment will lead to some sort of positive liberation in the future. Cone tries to escape this claim of vicarious suffering, but without an event of liberation, there is no evidence to support Cone's claim that God is for the oppressed. From the concluding chapters on Cone's methodology through biblical scripture, regardless of the path Cone uses to satisfy the theodicy issue, he ultimately ends up positioning African Americans as the suffering servant, a position that is antithetical to liberation. The only way to resolve the issue of theodicy is to reconsider the personal characteristics of God and to reevaluate God's all-knowingness or omnibenevolence, which, in a sense, we can see how Jones came to the title of his book, Is God a White Racist? So for Jones, this idea of theodicy takes center stage. If we can't justify the suffering found in the human world, we must reevaluate the way that we envision God or the way that we conceive God. For Jones, human beings are freed from the control, rules, and limitations set forth by God. Challenging apologetic responses for theodicy, Jones challenges the relationship between God's traditional traits and the suffering of African Americans as incoherent and irreconcilable. For Jones, theodicy becomes the overarching identifier in determining the potentiality for liberation. When a theological platform is associated with deserved punishment, suffering servant, and vicarious suffering, the expectations and presumptions about God's benevolence are brought under review. Because Jones was not able to reconcile the disproportionate amount of suffering in the African American historical record with the traditional attributes of a Christian God, he tactfully repositions God's power to outside the natural world. Jones introduces humanocentric theism as a theological platform that logically satisfies theodicy by removing God's involvement in human history. For Jones, the major problematic with conventional Black liberation theology is its failure to account for theodicy. I agree, but I would also add that the methodological system plays an essential role in the proficiency of certain theological systems to be liberatory. So Jones's theology rests upon a notion that God is not responsible for the oppressive conditions or for the liberation of material inequality. So in a sense, Jones creates his conception of God from a deistic perspective. So God is ontologically prior. So God is the creator of mankind in the natural world. But once upon that creation, God by self, I can't think of, by actively separated or severed the relationship between man and God. So there's an ontological priority, but there's no ontological dependency. So human beings are no longer dependent upon a relationship with God, but God created everything and then stepped back. Similar to a watchmaker creating a watch, the watchmaker doesn't have to constantly manipulate the hands for the time to be displayed correctly. Once the watch is created, the watchmaker doesn't need to actively be involved. The oppressive conditions are clearly located in the natural world from start to finish. Humans create oppression and humans will actualize liberation. However, a critical concern against Jones is the theistic nature of humanocentric theism. He maintains the ontological priority of God as the creator of being, but soon thereafter, Jones severs all interaction between God and the human world. As a challenge to Jones's position of humanocentric theism, I would argue that the connection between ontological being and God as the creator confounds issues of valuation and the degree of ontological dependency that may naturally exist between creator and creature. The humanocentric predicament stresses whether or not God is still the moral creator and valuator of human ethics. Jones is consistent in his theology to promote a position of the natural world where human freedom can openly operate. So for Jones, the humans have complete free will, that there's no dependency upon God for ethical values or anything like that. Humans are able to, in a sense, he does follow kind of that traditional humanistic perspective. Jones challenged the current trends in Black liberation theology by offering a different view of liberation and God's role in the human world. As his controlling principle, Jones used oppression as the starting point and thusly positioned oppression as a man-made phenomenon. Jones' focus on oppression and liberation within the ancillary of theism substantiated his place within the Black liberation locus. In contrast to other Black liberation theologians, Jones begins to construct his theology with the human element of oppression, whereas his contemporaries begin with the concept of God that has an active role in intervening in the human world and thus has control over suffering. Jones challenges the traditional precepts of Black liberation theology by producing a space where non-traditional forms of theism are discussed as an option for liberation theology. Adding religious traditions besides a Christian Protestant view of Black liberation theology demonstrates its practitioners are serious about its objective of liberation, and therefore theological claims must subsume a secondary role so liberation from material inequalities can take center stage. This, of course, requires that we examine the nature of oppression. If we understand oppression to be controlled and resolved in the supernatural world, we are absolving responsibility from humans for the atrocities and atrocities found on earth by placing blame on God. When analyzing Jones's discourse, I discovered that his theological apparatus contained a formula to discern the ontological nature of suffering. By offering a virus vaccine method of investigation, the researcher must first properly diagnose what kind of virus is detected so an adequate vaccine can be employed. And this is kind of one of the things that Jones spent a lot of his time talking about, is this idea of virus and vaccine. So we need to correctly identify the problem of oppression so we can create an antitoxin to fight the specific vaccine or virus. So Jones uses a metaphor. If you go into the doctor and you have a headache and the doctor tells you just to take some aspirin, but in reality you really have a tumor, the virus that you've been diagnosed with was improperly diagnosed. So an aspirin is not going to cure your tumor. You're going to need to go back to find the appropriate vaccine or antidote to fix that ailment. When analyzing Jones's discourse, I discovered that by offering a virus vaccine method of investigation, the researcher must firstly properly diagnose what kind of virus is detected. Jones's examination started with oppression as the result of the material world, which provided an alternative method that squarely positioned oppression as the responsibility of human beings. Jones' contribution to Black liberation theology is highlighted because he challenged conventional Black liberation theology, but what is possibly more meaningful is Jones's exposure of oppression as an institutional system designed to give one group power over another group. Cone and Jones's liberation theologies present very unique conceptions of God as a way to navigate the philosophical presumptions associated with their respective methodological systems. For Jones, that would be a philosophical theology, and for Cone, that would be a biblical theology. The theologies that include a conception of a personal God, as is the trend in conventional Black liberation theology, struggle to reconcile God with the suffering of human beings. By attaching personal qualities to a God figure, consciously or unconsciously, the finished product is susceptible to error because a figure capable of intervening in the human world is also capable of change, which inherently requires consciousness. Classical theodicies, including the theodicies of Christian theologians such as Cone, posit that God as an entity has the ability to actively change the social system to reestablish the line of social oppression. Roy D. Morrison, who was a fellow philosopher of Jones and also a close friend, offers that if God does not have a period of development, becoming, or evolution, i.e., if God is original or eternally a fully differentiated person with centered consciousness, omnipotence, and omniscience, he cannot logically and honestly be absolved from casual and moral responsibility for the evil in the world. Neither can the notions of purpose, predestination, and the consequent reduction of humanity be avoided. End quote. Within these traditional boundaries, God actively participates in the human world, not only because of God's greatness, but also because God is able to change, a necessary process that accompanies consciousness and thought. The argument offered by Morrison and other philosophical theologians is how can God, with a moral conscience, allow the oppressed to suffer and continue to suffer without intervening on their behalf, as God did in the Exodus with the Israelites and the Egyptians. The traditional representation of God associated with Christian theology is presumed to include an active agent in both the causality of oppression and the source of liberation. By granting full authority to God for the plight of humankind, there is little chance, if any, for humans to change their current situation. This is further exacerbated when the ontological relationship between oppression and God's election is based on faith, since no event of liberation for African Americans has actualized. And this becomes problematic for Jones. In Is God a White Racist, he critiques 5 different Black liberation theologians, including Joseph Washington, Albert Clegg from Detroit, James Cone from Union Seminary, and Washington. I don't remember Washington's first name. What is it? Joseph Washington, thank you. He critiques their theological perspective by, especially Cone, for failing to present a event of liberation. So he talks about the Exodus as being an event of liberation for the Jews, but he does not talk about it. He's still wanting of a liberation event for African Americans, specifically associated or focused on the liberation of African Americans. And he says until we have that movement or that event, we cannot presuppose that God is on the side of the oppressed. We can't say that God is for African Americans because we have no proof of that statement. To challenge oppression is to essentially challenge the will of God, since oppression is viewed as a sign of election. In agreement with Jones, the oppression of African Americans must not be located within the supernatural world because we do not have any empirical evidence of God's nature, at least not until there has been an event of liberation. To claim God is on the side of the oppressed creates an environment where challenging the oppressive condition borders on blasphemous, but to maintain the current state of oppression leads toward a survival theology, of which has been discredited by most Black liberation theologians. What is problematic is that many of the liberation theologies that claim to be focused on material liberation are actually survival theologies that give its congregants a sense of hope in times of tribulation. So when we think back to the old slave theologies, that is an example of a survival theology. It's something that helps maintain a sense of hope to get through your current battles and challenges. So what Jones is contemplating is that if we have a survival theology, that is not going to lead us to liberation. That will only maintain a sense of hope and getting us through our current condition, but won't necessarily build upon a active change that will lead to liberation. A theory of liberation must engage a message of empirical change that is grounded in the concrete material conditions of African Americans. Having belief in God is not necessarily detrimental to a liberatory mindset, but a theology that imposes an image or concept of God as intervening and transformative does not necessarily substantiate change in the material condition. It is Jones's aspiration to propose a God that is set outside the human world in order to account for the disproportional amount of suffering that African Americans experience. In contrast to Jones's view, a God that is located within the human world, either epistemologically or through ontological dependency, requires knowledge of God's nature. Knowledge of God's I say as outlined in chapter 2, but you guys didn't read chapter 2, is knowledge of God is supported through biblical scripture, which is Cohn's view, and through personal experience, which is also Cohn's view. However, both sources are problematic. The process of canonization, proof texting, interpolation, and falsified knowledge create a problem for biblical theology as a viable epistemology. The latter position lacks empirical evidence to support a claim that revelation occurs outside of biblical scripture. In other words, personal experience is valued as a form of knowledge in some aspects of theological thought, but without a system or method of investigation that is based upon empirical evidence, we are left with a nagging feeling of falsehoods and exaggerated stories. Cohn concludes that a personal God is necessary because it is God who will liberate the oppressed. The conception of a personal God consequently supports a position that assigns certain anthropomorphic characteristics to God, all of which are granted to God based upon the subjectivity of the interpreter. I bring up trying to describe Santa Claus, in my dissertation, but you can use the example of Russell Crowe playing Noah, right? So there was a discussion among some of the philosophers, Dr. McClendon being one, and I know there are a couple others that were involved in this conversation of they were analyzing or critiquing the movie Noah that starred Russell Crowe as Noah, and there was a problem the issue arose that how can we have a white Noah? Noah should not be white because during that period, Noah wasn't, a white man through the lens of Russell Crowe. But what seemed to come to the forefront was it's going to be challenging to give concrete descriptions of Noah because the chances of trying to define and describe a fictive character is a challenge. So trying to give anthropomorphic characteristics to God is, in a sense, nagging the question because you don't have any concrete evidence to support any characteristics about God. You can't say that God is a man in the sky because we don't have empirical evidence to support that conclusion. A theory of liberation, theistic or non-theistic, is concerned with liberation from material oppressions. Oppression is a condition that is already actualized and legitimized as part of the material world. The causality of oppression must operate within the scope of the natural material world by locating modes of production and capitalistic stratifications as the cause of oppression. As a contribution to Black liberation theology, Jones positions the causality of oppression within the natural world, and oppression is no longer associated with supernatural entities in any form or fashion. To argue otherwise requires an ontological examination of oppression to determine if there is empirical evidence to support a claim that God has control in the human world, and then also that God is on the side of the oppressed. Jones contributes to our understanding of oppression by exploring the anatomy of oppression. By using Jones's method of investigation to determine the causalities of oppression, I conclude that divine oppression is a possibility in Cohn's theology, and as such, reduces material liberation to the mechanics of control by God. It is from here that Cohn attempts to develop an antitoxin to challenge the oppressive conditions, but inevitably fails because his analysis of the ontology of oppression is flawed, therefore leading to a deficient vaccine for oppression. Cohn misdiagnoses the virus of oppression as a result. He prescribes the wrong antidote as the remedy. Situating oppression in the supernatural world leaves the researcher without any recourse because our knowledge of the supernatural world is unknowable, and unattainable. Finally, through writing this analysis, I also have discovered that the application of the existence of God accounts for potential inconsistencies between the supernatural world and the natural world. To account for the existence of God in Black liberation theology, there must be a distinction between human responsibility, God's role in the whether it be ontological priority or ontological dependency. The theology of Jones provides a path of delineation between a personal God and an impersonal God. And Jones expands the spectrum of theological thought found in Black liberation theology by including religious humanism or humanocentric theism. Jones is successful in this regard and effectively removes the problematic within the concept of theodicy by reducing the involvement of God to the supernatural world. And as a result, Jones's progressive theological position, God is no longer responsible for oppression or liberation. The combination of these two contributions to Black liberation theology, the autonomy of oppression, the anatomy of oppression and oppression being accountable to the natural world, has major implications for critically analyzing our belief systems and cultural values that have been key elements in African American theological thought. Part of this idea comes from Roy D. Morrison and his challenge, or his point to challenge alien value systems. So he would conclude that Christianity, Protestant Christianity, what is practiced in the United States, is an alien value system that was not necessarily even given to African Americans, but in a sense was forced upon African Americans. And so he says, because it is not something that is part of an African cultural system or something that is innate to African American or African culture, we need to reevaluate these value systems to ensure that they are working for our goal towards liberation and are not working at cross purposes and promote a sense of oppression or forces us to stay in a space of oppressive conditions. Black liberation theology and Black philosophy are both concerned with defining and classifying core Christian beliefs and theological claims as tools for social control and the continuation of dehumanizing of the oppressed. Both Jones and Cone are concerned with theological claims being misrepresented and used as an instrument of oppression, yet Cone's required dependency on Christian theism is bound to historical inconsistencies and logical errors that hinder progress towards liberation. Perfect, okay. My analysis of Jones and Cone exposes the importance of using oppression as the conceptual marker that undergirds a theory of liberation. The norms for Black liberation theology include Black culture and Black history as necessary components in building a liberation theory relevant to Black studies. A theory of liberation for African Americans is located in a unique historical space where racism and material inequalities are built into the legal foundations of our country. A successful liberation theology, as suggested above, is empirically based and focused on the objective history of African Americans. A personal God complicates the source for history by forcing an ontological dependent relationship between God and man that results in the potential for divine responsibility for oppression and places blame on the victim for their condition. Consequently, to claim God is for the oppressed prior to providing an empirically based evidence Consequently, to claim God is for the oppressed prior to providing empirically based evidence confirms that theories grounded in faith are not acceptable sources for a theory of liberation. A personal God, as prescribed by Christian apologetics, is problematic because dependency on God creates a system where partial or full responsibility of oppression can be placed on God, which requires an antidote to also be within the supernatural world. A theoretical approach that puts the responsibility of oppression on God suggests that God may have a reason for permitting suffering for certain reasons, so for certain sinful behavior and whatnot. Because there is no empirical evidence, all conceptions of God and God's involvement in the human world are based upon subjective claims. This is not to suggest that a theistic framework is doomed to fail. In a sense, there are two options for a theistic liberation theology: humanocentric theism, or religious humanism, or jeopardize the superlative traits of God, so to remove the omnipotence, omniscience, and omnibenevolence of God. The latter is demonstrated in personalism, when God's absoluteness is challenged by theodicy and God becomes most powerful instead of all-powerful. But this can lead to a series of reductions, so to the point where God no longer has any powers at all. God is reduced to a deity that has restrictions to its personality and cannot command absolute authority in the world. Personalism, however, is not a viable theology either, because God's attributes are susceptible to reductionism. Ultimately, God's power becomes insufficient by reducing the certitude of divine qualities to a state of insignificance. To echo Jones, a movement away from theism should come only if it is convincingly demonstrated that it is a hindrance to Black liberation, and my analysis shows that a conception of a personal God does promote a theoretical approach that is a hindrance to Black liberation. Philosophical inquiry becomes a primary tool to explore and develop liberation theologies and theories that account for the objective history of African Americans. Black philosophy, as defined by Jones, is the critical inquiry into causality. Quoting Jones, Black experience, history, and culture are the controlling categories for a Black philosophy, end quote. Black philosophy informs a critical analysis by informing the systematic process of a de novo approach that is built around the particularity of the Black perspective. Black philosophy extends the self-critical task of expressing African Americans' cultural perspectives as the foundation undergirding the entire enterprise. Black philosophy is the primary tool for building a liberation theory because it takes the particularity of the Black historical record as legitimate and necessary through empirical evidence, yet does not accommodate undemonstrated accounts as an authentic source for history. So as we'll see in the next presentation, the idea of the Bible as a demonstrated history of the human record is challenged as an authentic source of history. In addition to the prospects of Black philosophy listed above, it is also concerned with reconceptualizing and correcting the false portrayals of the Black experience presented in the intellectual work of white and European scholars that have a direct impact on the social consequence of African Americans. And this is kind of where African American studies plays a part in trying to provide a corrective to the scholarships that have been presented about African Americans. Black philosophy is concerned with accenting the role of African Americans in the intellectual enterprise that have been misconstrued, deficient, and/or incorrect in the scholarship of white scholars. So my hope for this presentation was to give you a brief synopsis of Jones's theory of liberation and how he constructs this idea of a Black liberation theology through humanocentric theism. So presenting an idea of God or a concept of God that is not aligned with your traditional or conventional Christian theological perspectives, but instead challenges that idea to satisfy the idea of theodicy. So in order to justify suffering in the human world and God's superlative traits, Jones concludes that humanocentric theism is the primary mode of operating within that segment. Although his own personal view, he was a secular humanist. So he still believed in God. He was not an atheist by any means. I actually asked him that question, why he did not follow a more atheistic approach to his liberation theory, and he flatly stated that he was not an atheist. although he does not follow conventional views of God, he still believes in the ontological priority of God. So that's my presentation. Thank you.
Dr. O'Neill, for that very insightful and informative presentation. I see that we have some questions and enthusiastic to question.
Well, I more or less don't particularly have a question, but my comments will be prefaced by the fact that I feel that the Bible, you did say that he believed this, I believe you did, that the Bible actually was a weapon that was used against people, indigenous people, not just African Americans, but indigenous people around the world. So that with that having been said, I believe that the suffering that man has is not, we shouldn't look to God, but we should look to man, because it's man who is inflicting this suffering on each other. And so when you spoke about the watchmaker, my thought was that if the watchmaker made a watch and it suddenly wasn't performing well, that the watchmaker has a responsibility to repair it. So that thought about God being a watchmaker, I didn't accept that, because if God is the watchmaker, then why hasn't he repaired mankind's situation on earth? And I also feel that using the Bible in the sense of a weapon, when we know that just for African Americans and all over Australia, you name it, whatever continent you want to take, where Europeans have gone and actually destroyed the culture and hid the history and provided what they call the Bible that they themselves did not follow. For example, they would go to church and then after church take a person and hang them or burn them alive. So how is that following the Bible? And when I say a weapon, I mean psychologically, they used the Bible psychologically because Jesus was white, the so-called liberator God, white. So people who are oppressed around the world look to this white God. So I don't know if he addressed all those in detail, but I think that's something he should do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed your presentation and it stimulated.
Are you going to respond to her?
Well, I'll briefly respond. I know you didn't ask a question, but Jones doesn't really get much into the use of the Bible, partly because he dismisses it. He understands the implications of how the Bible is used as a weapon for African Americans, and he does challenge the use of it for a Black liberation theology. So he would say that the Bible is not an effective tool to as a element to focus on liberation, because like what you said, it has been used as a weapon of social and control in the past. And then also the lack of historical source documentation, and then also how the Bible was created. So when we look at the scribes writing the Bible and where these stories come from, and like I said, the next paper gets more into that, specifically talking about how Matthew and I believe Luke borrow from certain gospels, but yet they leave out other important events. And so we'll hopefully get into that. But thank you for your comment. Yes, Mr. Ford.
I'll just start off reading my favorite philosopher, Manly P. Hall, because there's a couple of things that you spoke on is in here. Generally speaking, the elimination of God by the scientists is only a passing symptom. It occurs at the stage when the scientist, like the precocious child, upon reaching the summit of Fool's Mountain, decides that they themselves are sufficient to postulate a course for the universe and are qualified to manipulate it according to its own whims. I wonder if Mr. Jones ever read a book called, because I have it, The Africans Who Wrote the Bible? The name Adonai, Yahweh, do you know those are African tribal names? Read that book first, because it will change a lot of the things that you just said. And you mentioned something about the vaccine. I went to the School of Practical Philosophy. I'm not a continentalist. I don't believe in Hegel, Kant, and Dewey. There's a thing called, you said the vaccine and the cure. Have you heard, you know what a nocebo is? A lot of people don't know what a nocebo, what is a nocebo?
A placebo?
No, nocebo.
Oh, I'm
A nocebo is the opposite of a placebo. It's put there to harm you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Ford always want to tell us what we don't know.
I know, right? I'm waiting for it.
Stuff. All right. Congratulations on getting your doctorate, too.
Thank
I just wanna
you.
say, yep, congratulations. As I was listening to your very informative presentation, I was thinking about a variety of different things in terms of attempting to tease out Cohen's ideas, Jones' ideas, your critique of both of those things that were going on, right? So I might have gotten some stuff kind of jumbled, all right? So my apologies. But I also see that, so I'm trying to figure out how I want to ask this question. So since Jones is not here, I'm going to ask you this question, right? So it's more about in terms of your interpretation of these things. Does this idea of personalism as it relates to a creator or a God always have to be a hindrance? So are there ways in which that can manifest itself as not being a hindrance? And I'll put that in the context to say that there are a lot of different ways in which you can look at alternative, let's say, worldviews, and also within a variety of different religions as well. I can speak about Christianity, Hinduism, a variety of different African ethnic groups, in terms of whereas though, okay, well, you know what, it's not, I don't look at God as being something out there, but also something here, right? So to the extent to whereas though God is not just the watchmaker, right, but God is also inherent in the world. So it's that deism, right? Or pantheism. It all depends upon which
Theism you want,
right? Theism you want to take,
Yeah.
right? And who's saying it and and the meaning they want to attribute to it. So to that extent, and I like the strategy in which Jones did. When I read his book some years ago, I got to revisit it, right? I liked what he did, right? I saw some issues, some problems and stuff. But in terms of looking at that personalism, I think there are ways in which you can also talk about a God that is your personal God, right? Attribute accountability to that God, but also understand that there's accountability to the self as well. And I think that that manifests itself in a variety of different religions that we can talk about, right? And a problem, let me stop, I'm gonna shut up, right? A problem that I see is that Jones did not look to African culture as a way of resolving these issues. And I'm gonna stop.
So for personalism, I wouldn't say that it's necessarily a hindrance. So people like Martin Luther King, he would be considered a personalist because once he got to Boston University and he started working with the leading personalist at Boston University, I think it was Edgar Brightman, he started to challenge the ideas that he had growing up, especially in the South, as part of the Baptist tradition. So he started to challenge this idea of an all-powerful God, and through his reading and his philosophy courses, he started to kind of retreat upon this absoluteness that he was granting God. So he started to pull back and say, okay, well, I see the inequalities that certain people face. I can't reconcile the God that I believed in back home, back down south, with what I'm seeing now. So that's why he had to kind of retract his absoluteness to God and start to pull back. And for him, God became most powerful. That's, God is able to do most things, but God does not have complete control over everything. So it's kind of this middle point between Jones and his deist perspective, and then with Cone and his more conventional view of Christianity and God as not only immanent, but also transcendent. So God is out there and God is in here, able to intervene and make changes and things like that. In regards to using traditional African religious perspectives, I didn't really see any of that in my research for Jones or for Cone. The person that would possibly come to light would be Albert Clegg, who wrote The Black Messiah and Black Christian Nationalism, where he tried to present a phenotypically black God or Messiah. So God no longer was this, abstract figure. It was, Jesus was black. Like, it's very systematic that it's following an African or African American phenotypical description. Jones has a problem with that. He says it doesn't really matter the phenotypical characteristics of God, because we're still forced or still challenged, and we have to overcome this idea of theodicy. So regardless, if we have a black God, so maybe God is racist against his own people, and that's what Clegg was trying to overcome, is this idea of God being a white racist. Well, God can't be racist if God is black. He must be on our side. But Jones said that doesn't matter, because now he still may be demonic and he just hates his own people. But I appreciate your questions. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm too short. Well, I'm not, I never studied philosophy, so I'm sorry if I'm going to try to keep my question, as simple as I can. But anyways, I want to say thank you so much for your presentation. I found it really fascinating only because, I didn't grow up in the church or reading the Bible, but growing up both in Texas and now living in Florida, being in the United States, we have to all understand the effects of, the Bible and Christianity on our thought process and on our lives. So, one thing that I thought was really interesting that you brought up was this, when you discussed like the survival theology, and you talked about how this idea of like hope to get us through, and how the survival theology doesn't lead to empirical change. And so I guess my question would kind of combine what you presented with what Kimberly presented, because this idea when she was talking about Biko, and she was saying how true integration can only come when cultures are considered equal. And so what I find fascinating is like when talking about religion and belief systems, because all over the world we haven't gotten to a point where people respect cultures as being equal, the manifestation of that is like how you said, going back to like the servant, it's the responsibility of the oppressed for their oppression. And so, I guess the question would be like, how do we bring that together, because we're in an age where you have movies, you have like paint, like you can have actual pictures of things, but because people don't think of cultures as equal, it's very detrimental, like you said, to have these movies like Noah, or all of the movies that are Exodus, Gods and Kings, all of these things that kind of like are just so egregiously wrong, and send a message. So for me, I guess the question is, how do we deal with that when we're talking about religion? Because like she said, if people all over the world are forced to a specific religion and a specific text, how do you deal with the fact that they're not respecting the equality of people?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, in a sense, you're forcing a person to prescribe to a certain theological perspective or assumptions, and that's what Jones challenges, is theological assumptions that we don't have any empirical based knowledge over. But I think going back to your earlier question about how do we reconcile giving credit and showing the importance of various cultures goes back to, again, education. So when we have a failing education system, of course we're going to produce students that don't have critical thinking, and they aren't able to appreciate other cultural groups. One, maybe because Christianity may feel threatened. So it feels that it needs to devalue these other religious systems in order to, elevate its own purpose and objectives. But I think that, that is one of the issues with religious or theological thought is we're basing all of this off of a subjective claim because we don't have concrete evidence to say, okay, God, this is God and this is what God is doing, because we don't have that knowledge, and we can go back to Aquinas and saying that knowledge is unattainable to us. That's something that is above human thought. So it is a challenge, and what happens is if we don't have a theological system that is actively transforming our material condition, it can lead to a survival theology. And survival theologies are that's what they are. They're there to help you maintain and help you survive through your current conditions instead of actively transforming it. And that's where the problem can persist, is if we are only following survival theologies, we aren't expecting any type of major changes or anything like that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. Can I just say one last thing?
Yeah.
So what I find interesting, though, is because I think I would disagree that hope should not be associated with this idea of survival theology. I think it's just kind of the direction in which you place the hope. So if you're saying that I'm responsible for my oppression and my hope is to one day go to a different place or one day be better, and not address, like you said, the ESP, the economic, social, and political things that are affecting me, then yes, it is a very negative, false sense of hope, But for me, when he was talking about the liberation theology, I think hope should still be included, but instead it's hope that is directed to on the ground political, social, and economic change. And then it even goes back to what you're saying of people not properly addressing white consciousness. So how do you use spirituality or theology to then direct, that towards the I guess currently dominant thinking and say, okay, no, you should be directing your spirituality or your hope for difference to making clear and concrete economic, social, and political change. And I think sometimes that's my problem with the Bible or the Christian idea of it, is because what it does is it says, I'm not responsible, like even thinking of me as being biracial, but being able to navigate the world still with white privilege, then if I was to take what I've learned in school and from the Bible, well, I'm not responsible for this. This is just the way life is. I'm sorry, you should just pray to one day be like me. And that doesn't really address or change the current situation.
Exactly. And Jones would challenge that there is a location where change can take place. And he would say it's the black church, right? Because that's where you have a mass of African Americans and you have this system or this space where change can be actualized. But he's saying that the church has not kept its end of the bargain. In a sense, it's a sleeping giant, and he actually uses that term of sleeping giant, that if it awakens from its slumber, it can be that proactive force that's necessary to help implement actualized change. But he's saying that in its current position, it's working in a more accommodationist way. So it's there to accommodate the African American community, and not necessarily using it as a source of power. So, yeah, and that's kind of how I would relate Jones to Nat Turner, is this idea of making the church a system or a space for resistance, and where we can discuss these political, economic, and social inequalities that are happening in the black community without a focus on God as that liberatory object, but focusing on the black community as the the source of that change. So, yes. Oh, I guess I'm not. It is very very late. It's 10 till.
We have to really make it, because we're running out of time.
Yes or no? Let me know.
Go ahead.
I think we
Oh.
are way behind time now.
Okay.
Maybe, I'm gonna make a suggestion that we sort of waive, Dr. McKendon's paper, since, there are questions, probably we could, you could weave that paper in, since people are anxious to ask
I'll be
questions.
here for the, for the full 2 days.
Yeah.
So if there's a time, I don't know if
We could have that paper at some other time, since we have questions.
I was just going to make a point about the sleeping, to your point about the sleeping giant. I think we can't think of the black church as a homogenous area, right? So we have the pastors and we have the flock. And so I'm from Dallas, Texas, the home of the mega church. We have T.D. Jakes, we have Pastor Freddie Haynes. And so I often think about how we have these pastors who eulogize consistently folks who have been killed by the police, but yet then go with the police chief and praise how wonderful he's doing and how wonderful it is that we haven't turned into a Ferguson or a Baltimore. And so I wonder how, as the leader of a church, you're able to, you see the pain of your flock in that you are the one eulogizing these young black men and boys who are being killed, and then yet you stand with the power structure that is actually killing them, right? And so I think that their interests are so tied into the economic structure as is that how does the flock free itself from the pastors, not so much God?
Mm-hmm, exactly. So it's more about the institution that is problematic. And, you can look back at the history of African Americans in the church, and you have people like Jupiter Hammond who would say African Americans benefited from the institution of slavery. So this idea that the heathen African was Christianized and now they can have, a history, or they can have civilization and things like that. But when you have a church leadership that is content with the way the things are, if they're going and, talking about the perils of police brutality, but then on, the next day they're down at the police station praying and supporting the local law enforcement, it, in a sense, they're not keeping their word. They're accepting all of the finances and funding and money from the church or from their congregants, yet they're not putting that money and those resources back into the community in a real way. And to speak of the black church is misleading, I agree, because we don't have just one black church. There's various denominations and various, styles and sizes and all of that we have. But the black church has served two opposing roles. It has been that accommodationist type of philosophy, and it also has served a form of resistance and a form of social change and challenging the current society and things like that. But yeah, so. Yes, I mean, we're here now, so we might as well.
Right. Yeah, I think there's also.
Just a second, I'm sorry. I will be reading.
No, because we don't have time.
No, we don't have time. Okay.
But I do want to read this paper at some point because it's very informative and it does give a background to the philosophical assessment of the Bible as a history book. But
That's it. Well, then we'll have to, I don't see there's going to be any other time. We'll have to maybe take another extra 10, 20 minutes then and do some of it at least. That's all we can do here.
okay, well, I can go ahead. Yeah, I'm up here, so I can go ahead. I will.
Can you just allow me to-
Yeah, go ahead. Why I
No, I think it's important, like you were talking about the black church, that we don't understand that everything is necessarily being monolithic. So for me, you talked about earlier in terms of, oh man, I lost my train of thought in some sense. I don't necessarily see that science and religion is mutually exclusive, has to be mutually exclusive. For me, it's not, right, in my own philosophy, in my approach. My question is, in terms of what you said about God, do you think that in terms of, and I don't want my claim to be one that is speaking too strong of the argument that you put forth. So I think that you were saying that we don't yet have proof of the existence of God, right? So then, do you think that there is empirical evidence? Do you think that can be empirical evidence for the proof of God, right? Or are you taking a stronger move which says, no, we can't prove it, period? And I'll shut up.
Well, I'm an atheist, so I would say I lack belief in God.
You one of them?
I'm one of them. Yeah. Which one time I had an African-American colleague come up to me, and she's like, "You're an atheist? I didn't know black atheists existed." She was expecting me, she's like, "I expected you to be like a mean person." And I'm like, well, moral...
There's a group on YouTube called Black Atheists. I was on YouTube.
I guess, some certain people expect moral valuation to follow a, ethical precept, to follow a divine command. But without further ado, since we have a few minutes, I'm going to begin reading Dr. John McClendon's paper. It's entitled James Cone in the Old Testament as History Book. Dr. McClendon is a full professor of philosophy at Michigan State University. He was my dissertation chair, and so he asked me to read this paper because he was unable to attend the conference, but he still wanted to participate in some form or fashion. Quote, "The Old Testament is a history book. To understand it and the divine revelation to which it testifies, we must think of the Old Testament as the drama of God's mighty acts in history. It tells the story of God's acts of grace and of judgment as he calls the people of Israel into a free, liberated existence." End quote. That's James Cone. We contend that the above quote from Black liberation theologian James H. Cone is not only indicative of a personal theological claim, which in turn buttresses his theocentric or God-centered conception of the historical process, but also is manifestly a contemporary piece of a long-held African-American tradition. This African-American tradition not only utilizes the Old Testament, in addition, it more broadly assumes that biblical scripture as such generally comprises an important and viable historical text concerning the ancient biblical past. Moreover, this intellectual tradition also seeks to employ the medium of biblical text as a critical lens for comprehending the concrete historical dimensions of the African American experience in the United States. This paper is a philosophical critique of Cone's presupposition that biblical scripture is a historical text. With regard to the presupposition at hand, our critique encompasses two critical issues. One issue, in effect, centers on what forms the essential nature of theological claims vis-a-vis the substance of historical claims. We explicate why this distinction is a necessary conceptual divide, which subsequently has an immediate ontological as well as an epistemological impact on our understanding of history. By ontological, we mean that the reality behind what we call history or the historical record. And by epistemological impact, we are asking, how do we know when it is we have knowledge of history? So some of my students will know that we talk about how do we know what knowledge is and how do we obtain knowledge and whatnot. On the one hand, historical claims bring to light the ancillary problem of how to conceptualize history with respect to the requisite criteria for disciplinary inquiry. The erection of mandatory criteria for the writing and research of history in its strictly disciplinary character facilitates our establishing the ontological contours for specifying what is history in contrast to other modes of dealing with the past. On the one hand, Our examination of theological claims is concretely attentive to theological claims on history. Here we scrutinize the epistemological implications that are attendant with how theological presuppositions come to influence the manner by which we achieve or fail to accomplish the stage of comprehension, which amounts to identifying when we have obtained having knowledge of history. With the aid of an epistemological framework for history, we are able to recognize that all interpretations and viewpoints, inclusive of theological claims, on the past are not necessarily knowledge of it. Wherein knowledge is a state of cognition which follows from the reconstructed past state of affairs assembled from research based on empirically reliable source and sequential verification. Our other focal point for discussion includes evaluating the import of mythic and historical texts, which involves the respective purposes as dissimilar genre. From the standpoint of a particular genre of text, the interpretation of the past is conducted along the lines of specified measures. In demarcating how specific genres are relevant to historical interpretation, we undertake to explain why fictive accounts of the past, such as those found in biblical mythic texts, are virtually unlike the process ancillary with text shaped from historical reconstruction of past events or sources on which to build an interpretation. We submit the Bible belongs to the former, fictive accounts, and not the latter grouping. Biblical scholar Thomas L. Thompson explains, quote, "We can see now with considerable confidence that the Bible is not a history of anyone's past. The story of the chosen and rejected of Israel that it presents as a philosophical metaphor of mankind that lost its way. The tradition itself is a discourse about recognizing that way. In our historicizing of this tradition, we have lost sight of the Bible's intellectual center, as well as our own. The question of origins, which has dominated modern research into the Bible, belongs to theology rather than history. If the story of the chosen and rejected of Israel, that it presents, is a philosophical metaphor, it follows we do not have a history of Israel, and importantly, for our conversation, the Bible is not then a history book. This resultant fact becomes the concrete grounds for our philosophical assessment and critique of Cohn's thesis. What Cohn overlooks is that the attendant requirement about the philosophical metaphor concerning Israel must be rendered in a symbolic manner and not literally in some factual sense, which is the corresponding method with historical interpretation. That's Cohn's reading of the Bible as a history book constitutes a literalist interpretation. In Cohn's instance, he assumes the saga of the Israelites is not a philosophical metaphor. Instead, it is a history of a real ontological sense. Likewise, from Cohn's standpoint, the Old Testament as a history book also is not taken to be a metaphor. Whatever the function of history books, which Cohn accepts as true, also happens with the Old Testament. Cohn believes that all the talk about Israelite history and history book is not reducible to symbolic or metaphorical discourse. Rather, we are in the thick of an important chapter of ancient history. James H. Cohn's notion of the Old Testament as a history book is replete with a number of philosophical, challenging questions. Of course, the most basic problem centers on the question, what is the central meaning attached to Cohn's definition for a history book? Moreover, how can we determine if Cohn's view of the Old Testament is consistent with the manner in which historians conventionally understand the nature of history books, particularly as a specific genre of text or a disciplinary focused text? Additionally, given its theological overtones, how can we establish with regard to substantive composition if Cohn's position is a substantively grounded historical claim contra its locus as a more basic expression affixed to his theological claim about God's mighty acts in history? In more general terms, all of the previous questions are focused on the appropriately suited method, whereby the idea of history and the definition of history book can be resolved. We are finally fully aware of such deliberations on the idea of history and the definition of history book are not restricted to a certain discourse. Thus, we duly note that in a day-to-day experiences at popular levels of dialogue, we come upon pedestrian reflections on matters such as the conconement of articulations remain an inevitable aspect of popular cultural expression. Many of our Christian friends that are not historians have expressed determinate views concerning history and history books. Simply stated, even without knowledge about the intricacies of writing history, a non-historian can decipher that certain works are not history books. In our casual encounters with familiar tales about past histories, even when embodied as written text, we tend to read these works with a cautious eye, especially regarding their factual content. It follows that at a most basic stage, sans training in historical research, we tend to acknowledge that not every text which purports to report on the past can qualify as a historical text. Instead of positing that Cohn's claim is a historical delineation, we argue it is more appropriately a theological claim on history. A proposition, the Old Testament is a history book, is in point of fact, sustains a theological premise. This is because Cohn's supporting statement is actually a theological claim that presumes God's actions are synonymous with real historical events. What's more, when these events are said to receive historical documentation in the Old Testament, we, however, cannot discern how the Old Testament, given the operative methodological moorings, is not distinctively different from other kinds of religious fictive accounts of the past. Thus, we contend that these theological claims on history is qualitatively different than researching history and arriving at corresponding interpretations based on documented source materials. In fact, we observe Cohn's theological claim on history extends outside the boundaries of the canons of historical research. Subsequently, the evaluation of Cohn's theological claim on history requires criteria suitable for theological claims rather than what is normatively applicable regarding historical claims. Put simply, Cohn's reference to the past events is not based upon factual evidence, and this is because biblical texts about ancient Israel are not so disposed. Furthermore, these events concerning God's mighty acts in history are not just explained from the standpoint of Cohn's theological presumptions, but in reality, we realize they are actually constructed from it. These events are not the product of historical research, rather they are theological constructions based upon an interpretation of biblical scripture inclusive of mythological texts. The title of Cohn's paper is Biblical Revelation in Social Existence. Thus, rather than historical research, we have biblical hermeneutics, which becomes the primary modus operandi. In Cohn's estimation, since biblical hermeneutics effectively suffices as historical interpretation, then we can conclude his thesis about the Old Testament constituting a history book amounts to no more than interpreting biblical scripture. With regard to establishing the demarcation of history and mythology respecting Cohn's treatment of the Israelites in the Old Testament, we believe rests on the textual locus of the Exodus story. Cohn regards the Exodus story as the key event in the explanation of how we are to view the Bible as a history book. From Cohn's viewpoint, the Bible presents a story about liberation with regard to, quote, the story of God's acts of grace and of judgment as he calls the people of Israel into a free, liberated existence, end quote. Quote, Cohn states, quote, historically, the story began with the Exodus. The Exodus was the decisive point in Israel's history because Yahweh revealed himself as the savior of an oppressed people. The Israelites were saved in Egypt. Their future was closed, but Yahweh heard their groaning and remembered his covenant with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He saw the plight of Israel. He took heed of it. Yahweh therefore took Israel's history into his own hands and gave his people a divine future, thereby doing for Israel what she could not do for herself, end quote. If Yahweh took Israel's history into his own hands and thereby doing for Israel what she could not do for herself, we can assume that Cohn's conception of history is not only divinely interventionist, but also that the expectations of liberation for the oppressed is overtly and solely God-dependent. Furthermore, the oppressed are not only God-dependent for their liberation, but are also obligated to embrace Yahweh as the one and only God, that is if their liberation is to become a historical reality. It follows on Cohn's account that Egyptians are not merely slaveholders and oppressors, they are also heathens, i.e. a people without Yahweh or God. Since biblical texts are the foundation for interpreting history, Cohn reinscribes the imperialist notion that Africans or Egyptians are heathens, a people without God or viewed as committed to false gods, in need for Yahweh's saving grace. The cosmic character of this theology, a cosmic battle between good, or God, and evil, the heathen, effectively ignores the concrete cultural, theological, and historical reality of Egyptian life. Cohn's religious bifurcation of humanity into the elect and heathen finds its political and social correspondence in the oppressed-oppressor relationship. For Cohn, historically, God is on the side of the oppressed, and the oppressed must accept their election as well as dominance by God, that is if they want to obtain liberation. This is at the core of the covenant relationship espoused by the Hebrew Bible, or the Old Testament, which in turn centers on the Israelite myth. Sylvester Johnson appropriately notes, quote, "The consistent source of narrative knowledge about being the people of God is the grand narrative of the Israelite election and participation in historical relation to the Israelite deity, what I herein refer to as the Israelite myth," end quote. Therefore, it is most apparent Cohn's historical accounting of oppression finds its basis in the Israelite myth, which serves as the ground for his argument that God is on the side of the oppressed. Since we have a God of the oppressed, Cohn's cardinal message is clearly that the oppressed cannot free themselves without the help of God. A quote by Cohn. In the Exodus Sinai tradition, Yahweh is disclosed as the God of history, whose revelation is identical with his powers to liberate the oppressed. There is no knowledge of Yahweh except through his political activity on behalf of the weak and helpless of the land. The biblical writer wishes to emphasize that Israel's liberation came not from her own strength, but solely from the power of Yahweh, who completely controls history, end quote. It is transparent that Cohn's theological commitment, with its attendant claim on history, is the overriding principle for belief in the significance concerning the myth of the Israelite Exodus. Cohn additionally declares, quote, "God's election of oppressed Israelites has unavoidable implications for the doing of theology. If God has chosen as his holy nation the Egyptian slave master instead of the Israelite slaves, then a completely different kind of God would have been revealed. Israelites' elections cannot be separated from her servitude and liberation," end quote. While Cohn emphasizes the doing of theology, the question remains, how is it this event significantly related the historical inquiry and interpretation, i.e. the doing of history? On Cohn's analysis, if God has decided to show support for the Egyptians, then history would have taken a radically different turn. Given its divinely inspired direction, then the course of history can be documented in the Bible as sacred text. The Bible as history book thesis is in no way renders theology as outside the boundary lines of historical inquiry. Yet it is the theology explicitly inscribed in Jewish mythology which becomes synonymous with documentary history. For on Cohn's examination, historical events are no more than the result of God's choice as to how the world ought to be. The God, mind you, not of Egyptian mythology, but the one constructed out of the Jewish mythos. Obviously, we have, in Cohn's estimation, an instance of divine command theory and not historical investigation as the content for explanation, particularly since Cohn's theological presumption overrides historical veracity. Then our ontological criteria for history and the attendant question about theological presumptions and its relevance to historical claims are effectively removed from consideration. Although the Exodus myth lends support to Cohn's theological claim, we discover, as Finkelstein and Sieberman point out in their penetrating book, The Bible Unearthed, that the Israelite Exodus, as described in the Old Testament, actually had no supporting evidence from either archaeological discoveries or historical source documentation. As mythic rendering, it is a fictive account and not a real historical claim of substance. That's about halfway, so I will stop there. So maybe if I have any other moment to read, I'll pick up. But if you have any questions,
You could,
oh, yeah.
you wanted to do this?
Well,
Because
I don't know
running
how
out
well
of
I'll be able
time.
to respond to the questions,
Yeah, we have.
but I know it's lunchtime.
Yeah, we're running out of time. So could we, since you're on tomorrow, you could, raise your question tomorrow morning?
And then
Guess what? Ironically, it'll be in my paper. Oh, you walked into it. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed your paper because that's part of my paper.
Okay, well, we'll talk tomorrow, and if you have a question, I'll write it down, and then I can make sure Dr. McClendon,
No, it's not a question. It's
it's a statement.
amen.
I figured as much.
So we're running a bit late, and we have to be out of here by 5 o'clock. So it means, therefore, that we must be back at 1:20 or 1:15 for the afternoon, because we have to be out of here by 5, exactly. Okay, so thank you very, very much. And
Thank you. But I'll try to. Yeah, no, that's good.
for ya.
Okay, we are about to start our afternoon session. Welcome to the faithful few of us who are here. And thank you very much for this morning, those who presented and those of us who participate in various ways in relationship to the presentations. So now we will continue our afternoon session, and from Nathaniel Turner to William R. Jones, second annual Philosophy and Religion in Africana Traditions Conference. Now I'm going to ask Dr. Mathilda Frontis to come forward, and Eileen Mukwera, who will be chairing this session.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. It is my pleasure to present Mathilde Frontus. She has her bachelor's and master's in social work at NYU and also an MA in psychology from Columbia. And then she has her MTS at Harvard Divinity School and PhD at Columbia University. She'll be presenting Navigating Black Identity, Politics and Consciousness, a Lifetime of Reflection. Please enjoy.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here, and I'm just sharing a few personal reflections on some notes I've been taking over the years. In Ralph Ellison's classic novel, Invisible Man, the protagonist famously stated, quote, "When I discover who I am, I'll be free." For Black people in America, these words capture what has been, in essence, an over 400-year history of discovering our identity and our roots outside of the boxes and labels created for us by a racist society, which often wanted to say little more about us than that we were Africans captured and transported as chattel slaves and were forever relegated to a second-class citizenship. And yet, despite the forced attempts by this country to disconnect its first Africans and their descendants from their culture, heritage, language, and religion, it has never really been able to remove their determination and resiliency to stand in their identity as Africans, as Negro, as Black, and to find personal meaning and fulfillment in identifying as such. Langston Hughes' affirmation of his roots when he stated, quote, "I am a Negro, Black as the night is black, Black like the depths of my Africa," has been echoed throughout the generations by a people proudly claiming their African heritage. Yet, being Black in America and navigating one's identity has never simply been about what we feel in our hearts or our own romantic notions of Blackness as we look in the mirror. It has always been subject to the white gaze, the American gaze, and in essence, juggling multiple perceptions of ourselves as outsiders and would-be insiders. Du Bois described it as, quote, a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, this sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings. At times, for Blacks in America, it has meant being asked to pick a side within the spectrum that is Blackness, leaving those who identify as Afro-Latina, in the words of a recent author, as too Latina to be Black, but too Black to be Latina, and those of mixed heritage to be asked, how can they identify as Black at all? In a recent interview with a major recording artist, an Al Jazeera reporter asked, "You're considered a first-generation American. Your parents are African. You were born in the US, but you spent your early childhood in Senegal. Then you moved back to the United States. What do you consider yourself? Are you American? Are you African? Are you African American? What are you?" she shouted. She almost fell off her seat. The artist replied, "I'm an African raised in America," to which the reporter interjected in disbelief, "So you're not American?" He replied, "I wish I was, but my mind is not American. It's clearly African," adding that America was never built for Black people anyway. The interview struck a chord with many viewers who chimed in that they also didn't feel particularly American, even though they were also born here in the US. I too found myself relating to this notion, as I have long viewed myself as an Afro-Haitian American, believing that to say that I am just an American would be insufficient to describe the sum of who I am. My own journey of self-discovery began over 35 years ago when I was born in Brooklyn to a mother and father who had recently emigrated from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. As the eldest of their 4 children, some of my earliest memories are of my father teaching me about our history as the children of Africa by way of Haiti. He was a proud and conscious Black man who regaled me with stories when I was as young as 5 years old about the ships that dropped us off at different locations, but insisting that we were all the same. His message to me was received loud and clear, and even as a child, I had a basic understanding that I belonged to a family of Black people around the world who all came from the continent of Africa, a place I had never visited but imagined in my head and often fantasized about what my life would have been like if I was born there. Notwithstanding my father's articulation that we were all African and all the same, there was surely a palpable sense of pride he displayed about his Haitian roots, and bragging rights, frankly, about Haiti's role in the world as the first Black republic. There were so many stories about the beauty, the tenacity, the spirit of the Haitian people. Stories about politics, about voodoo, about religion. I hung on every word and grew in my admiration for what the Haitian people represented. The embodiment of Black resistance, the epitome of Black liberation, a physical and tangible rejection of white supremacy. Like many other Haitian parents in Brooklyn in the 1980s, my parents sent my siblings and I to PS 189 in East New York, a K-8 school which fostered a sense of cultural pride for children of Haitian immigrants. It was there that my identity as an Afro-Haitian American would take root. In addition to learning about Black history in America and notables such as Dr. King, Malcolm X, Harriet Tubman, and others, we also learned about Toussaint Louverture, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, Henri Christophe. And when Haitian Flag Day arrived every year in May like clockwork, we held elaborate ceremonies where we would sing the Haitian national anthem and perform skits to commemorate the occasion. These were extraordinary experiences during my formative years, which filled me to the brim with cultural pride and a sense of belonging within the Haitian community. It was also during these years in elementary and junior high school, however, where I would witness some of the earliest forms of discrimination against Haitians, whether by African American students who would call their recently arrived Haitian immigrant peers boat people or Haitian booty scratcher, or whether it was in 1990 when Haitians were blamed for the emerging HIV crisis here in New York City and forbidden by the FDA from giving blood, resulting in a march across the Brooklyn Bridge where 100,000 people participated. At the age of 12, I began Edward R. Murrow High School in Brooklyn as a freshman, where I soon realized that I was no longer in the protective arms of my previous school. I went from attending a school where Blacks and Latinos were 99% of the student population and majority Haitian descent, to a school where Blacks made up now 15 to 20% of the entire student population. I enjoyed having the opportunity to befriend students from all around the world, but I soon learned firsthand how Blackness was experienced in the corridors of my new school. There was a segregation pattern during lunchtime, and while people were polite and cordial during classes and in the halls, it became clear from the first day of school that most students were hanging out with students that were in their same racial group. A lesson was provided to me early on by a young white male whom I engaged in conversation when it seemed that one of his friends liked me as more than a friend. "He does," said my classmate, "but he's not going to say anything to you because he can't have a Black girlfriend anyway." "Why not?" I asked. "It just wouldn't be acceptable," he stated. "It would be too taboo." It seemed overall that everyone stuck with their tribe. For the most part, I was happy to stay with mine. In his new book, Ta-Nehisi Coates describes a private rapport that can only exist between two particular strangers in this tribe we call Black. In a 2-second exchange with another Black man he passes on the street, he observed, "I was speaking the personal language of my people. It was the briefest intimacy, but it captured the beauty of my Black world." I felt a similar rapport with the Black students I encountered during my 4 years at Murrow High School. There was shared language, inside jokes, references to pop culture. I seized the opportunity to learn more about African American history and read the works of Toni Morrison, Maya Angelou, Richard Wright, Ralph Ellison. Still, despite having only 1 or 2 Haitian friends to speak to at school, I continued to stay connected to issues affecting Haitians abroad, even writing about President Jean Aristide and the state of Haitian politics from my college admission essays. It was during high school that I also made a major life decision, which was rooted in large part in my identity and consciousness as a Black woman. I had been living in Coney Island, Brooklyn for about 10 years at the time, and though mostly known for its amusement park, beach, and boardwalk, it was also a community confronted with a myriad of social issues such as gun violence, poverty, homelessness, and prostitution. I did not have a sophisticated understanding as a teenager of structural inequality, residential segregation, and the government's role in creating resource-deprived communities where a significant portion of public housing residents were left in abandonment. In my mind, however, communities like mine, which existed all across the US, were in need of organic, resident-led leadership. People had to become organized and mobilized to address the problems in their own communities. And my studies of Malcolm X, Dr. King, Fannie Lou Hamer, the Black Panthers, and others really impressed upon me that I had to become the leader that I was looking for in my own community. When it was time for me to apply to college, I decided to apply to various social work programs so that I could learn the tools I would need for community organizing, mental health, social administration, and policy research. Over the years, I would attend New York University, where I earned a BSW and MSW, Teachers College, Columbia University, where I earned an MA in psychology, Harvard Divinity School, where, as a side note, I began as a very, very strict Seventh-day Adventist Protestant Christian, but left as a post-Christian agnostic. And back to Columbia University, where I earned a PhD in social work, specializing in social policy and administration. My educational journey at these predominantly white institutions would span over 20 years, from the ages of 16 to 36. And during every step along the way, I would encounter various experiences which not only helped shape how I understood myself as a young Black woman living in America, but how others continued to perceive me, to define me, and interact with me as well, whether they were making assumptions about me or attempting to measure my intelligence. In undergraduate, there was the time I was the only Black student in a sociology class and asked to meet with my professor during her office hours to discuss a B+ she had given me on a paper and I was expecting to do better on. I arrived early and sat around the corner from her office door, and when I heard her footsteps approaching and her keys in the door, I stood up to gather my things. And as I was walking over, I heard her exchange greetings with a fellow professor who said, "Oh, you're here early today. You have a 10 o'clock appointment with a student, right?" To which she replied, "Yeah, but she's probably not going to show up." To some, it would have seemed benign, or at worst, a type of ageism, where maybe the professor believed that college students would probably choose to sleep in and not prioritize an early Friday morning meeting to discuss their grades. But either way, when I finally turned the corner, her face was red with embarrassment. And I proceeded to tell her that, in fact, I care very much about my grades and had made an effort to convey as much, and that I was a serious student from the very first day of class. In another class, students were asked to find a partner and visit each other's neighborhoods and places of worship so that we can expand our learning of another person's culture. I partnered with a self-described, very wealthy Jewish girl who had arrived to school in a limo every day and whose father was the head of a prominent law firm in Manhattan. When it was my turn to visit her neighborhood and her place of worship, I went to her home in the Upper East Side one Saturday so that we could walk together to her synagogue. I remember, like it was yesterday, walking into her apartment and her entire family looking right in my face, really staring at me and never saying hello once. While at the synagogue, I couldn't help but believe she was uncomfortable with having me there as everybody stared. I went home with a heavy heart that evening, but never brought myself to discuss the experience with anyone. Moreover, when it was time for her to visit my neighborhood and my church the following week, she canceled the morning of and said her parents would not allow her to come to Brooklyn. At Teachers College, it was when I did my master's in psychology, it was being called exotic by two professors when I told them that I was a child of Haitian immigrants, each telling me separately that it would help me when applying to PhD programs because admissions committees like exotic students with exotic names. At Harvard, it was the time when one of the many Black student groups on campus wanted to open up every meeting with prayer and harshly judging those who spoke up in opposition, pointing out that it was inappropriate because the meetings were not religious in nature and not everyone present was a Christian. And in my PhD program, it was taking a course with a 90-year-old white male professor who exuded contempt when he spoke disparagingly about African Americans during the civil rights movement, saying, and I quote, "They were jumping on tables with their afros and dashikis, thinking that's how people were going to listen to them." I was the only black student in the class, and I literally got up and walked out after those remarks. I wrote a letter to him to express that I had been offended by what he said in class, and in response, he sent me an email where he copied the entire class, stating, and I quote, "I could not reconcile the angry tone of your letter with the accolades I have received recently from the university." These last 6 months have represented a new chapter of my life where for the first time in decades, I am not involved in navigating a safe space for myself in an academic institution. And now, still in my 30s, though pushing along, I continue to identify as an Afro-Haitian American because it's what continues to resonate with me, notwithstanding, of course, the idea that race is a social construct and not particularly rooted in biology. On my mind of late has been the extent to which the legacy of colonization, slavery, and oppression continues to impact the lives of blacks in the diaspora, particularly in Haiti and here in America, in the sense that whiteness continues to hover over us at times, informing the ways in which we perceive and measure ourselves, and in the ways that we relate or not to each other. In Haiti, it is the glaring class division and the revered status we've placed on the French language as a means to distinguish ourselves from those who are unable to speak it. It is the continued preference to assign French names to our children over 200 years after we've declared ourselves independent from our colonizers and declared that we were proud to be black and free. It's the way that so many Haitians despise voodoo, believing it to be so evil, but are often unwilling to have one conversation about the legacy of Christianity in their country. Here in the US, the politics of being black has meant that one's blackness is often policed by their peers based on how one is perceived to be aligned within the white power structure. Those whose views may fall out of line with those believing themselves to be conscious are often called sellouts, coons, Uncle Toms, and propped up Negroes. All direct quotes taken in the last week or two by some very public individuals. Last week at the New School in Manhattan, during a conversation with Kevin Powell, Bell Hooks stated that she was not impressed by Ta-Nehisi Coates' new book, Between the World and Me, because he had nothing to say to his son about patriarchy. She asked rhetorically, well, who is he writing that book for? It can't really be for his son if he's not addressing sexism and patriarchy. She answered her own question by saying, well, he's clearly writing it for white people. White people like to read about black rage. The irony, I think, of Hooks's comments is that they were said in a room full of young white college students at a predominantly white institution. And the issue with policing the authenticity of each other's blackness is that the tables can always be turned on us, and we can get accused of the same thing that we had accused others of, based on where we live, where we choose to work, who we love, and who our friends are. For example, it was just last year when Hooks herself was asked during a lecture at the New School by a student of color, why does she continue to speak at predominantly white elite universities and not at community colleges, where there would be more students of color who have been impacted by the racism she often talks about? I'm often left wondering what would happen if we created enough space so that everyone who identifies as black based on their heritage and not by the conformity to a particular worldview could be allowed to simply exist without an arbitrary litmus test on their authenticity. Marcus Garvey once stated that a people without the knowledge of their past history, origin, and culture is like a tree without roots. My journey towards understanding myself as a Black woman in America has often alternated between my feeling like a tree that is indeed swaying in the wind and looking for balance, and in other instances, like a tree that is firmly rooted in the ground, resolute and sure about where I've come from. I have found that developing a Black consciousness can be a soul-transforming opportunity if one can consider how to use her self-awareness to serve those in need and engage our communities in ongoing discourse and critical thinking about matters that affect our lives. In my own trajectory towards self-actualization, I have found it helpful to focus on freeing my mind from internalized racism, releasing any hatred of my brothers and sisters from my consciousness, promoting love of self in the community where self-loathing has led to destruction and violence over the years, and remaining engaged in the active critique and resistance of anti-Black propaganda, which permeates our popular culture and leaves a damaging legacy behind for our youth. Love of self and love for my people, I believe, is what keeps me centered and should always remain at the core of who I understand myself to be in my personal politics. Thank you.
Thank you. Wasn't that so awesome? Well, I know I have a couple of questions, but I will save them for last. If anybody has questions, please come up and ask.
I applaud you, and I want to applaud my Haitian brothers and sisters who have made a difference in this world for people like descendants of Africa. And I want to say that for myself, I identify myself as a citizen of the world, a descendant of those who were enslaved, a descendant of those who built the kingdoms and who started civilization in this world. And as far as my political feelings are as a woman in this diaspora, I feel that until America respects me and my people, I cannot respect America. Until I have justice and not injustice, I cannot respect America. We have paid a high price, a dear price, and we're still paying. Our communities are really suffering, and it's all due to the inequities and the injustice that we have received.
Thank you. Anyone?
Your paper was on time. Following the young lady, I changed, actually legally. I'm not African American. I'm DOAD. I'm a descendant of the African diaspora. I hope you're here tomorrow to hear my paper because you're the second person to touch. When you made that point about the shared language, I quote Fanon in my paper. If you're here tomorrow morning, you'll hear it. 1983, when I was in law enforcement, I went to pick up a prisoner, Spanish though, in my in Miami. So what do? I go to see a friend of mine and stop to get some ice cream in a store. And because of the fact that je suis étudiant français par 4 années dans l'école, 4 années, I realized the girl was Haitian and she had half of my ice cream done and I walked out the door afraid of AIDS. Till this day, I feel shame. Till this day. Because when I left that ice cream parlor, I went to see a personal friend of mine named Jean Juste, the priest. You know who he is? That's a personal friend of mine. I saw the shotgun holes in the door. Thank God I had my 9mm on here, where they had shot up his place. But your paper is on time. It was beautiful.
Thank you.
Oh, do you know Tracy Ford?
Pardon? I'm sorry.
Same job. I'll talk to you later.
Okay, because I couldn't hear what he said.
Okay.
Stephen Holton, thank you for that very just sort of clear-eyed reflection on your life. I appreciate it. fills me with quite a bit of grief. You're speaking of your journey towards balance that began with the question on Al Jazeera America, just who are you anyway? Which, it occurs to me, was the interviewer Arab?
I don't believe she was.
She was American.
African American.
Okay. And yet, the question exposes who are we anyway. So my question to you, as you know, black folk have been sort of defined in a particular way from outside and from inside and from within, and yet you are on a very clear journey towards a very clear balance. How might your journey inform the journey that Americans have to make towards a new self-definition, away from, okay, we're just white, and we're white because we get to oppress black people, or whatever it is. How might it inform whatever new America might be born out of the current healthy destruction that we're experiencing?
May I?
Yeah, sure.
I think that's a great question, and I'm thinking of the woman who just made a point a moment ago. I guess she sat down. Oh, here she is, sister over there. You know, what popped in my head when you asked that question is America, in my estimation, will grow and will learn as it listens. It sounds so overly simplistic, but frankly, it's shameful how many white Americans know nothing about what black people think, what we write, the work that we've left behind, attend conferences, gatherings where they listen and pay attention and frankly want to know what our experiences are, what we believe, and how we express ourselves, as you did here today by sitting and listening. The answers are there, and one has to be sincere and authentic and humble and really want to be listening for the purposes of knowing where do we go from here. I mentioned Coates once or twice. I'm not his publicist. You know, I thought the book was okay, but I guess since I just read it, it's in my mind. But what I like about his book, and people know what I'm talking about, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Between the World and Me, I like how he, in talking to his son, says, the people who believe themselves to be white, the people who believe themselves to be white. And I think that line alone could certainly begin multiple interesting conversations about who has called themselves what over the years and for what reasons and what purposes it serves. So what is the functionality of us having a group of people who believe themselves to be white and have called themselves white? What has that meant here in America, and what has it meant for them to label us whatever we have been labeled over the years? So it's interesting.
Next question.
I would like to try to correct you. I think that you use Afro, Haitian, American. I think that's redundant. If you're Haitian, where do you think you came from? You came from the continent, so that's a given. You spoke about how youngsters, when you were in lower school, didn't understand Haitians and spoke to you in a negative way about, I forgot the expressions you used for the derogatory terms that they use, but they don't know the history. If they knew the history of Haiti, I mean, just the beginning alone of what Haiti did for the other part of the island, for what they did for the entire South America, for what they did in the United States by allowing it to double its size. I mean, all of that history is so profound that I don't think that the youngsters would have responded to you the way that they did. And so they don't understand, which are, I would assume you're talking about African Americans. But Haitian Americans are also in that boat, because when they made that trip on the Brooklyn Bridge you spoke about,
Yes.
I was with them. And their question was, pourquoi ici? Isn't it obvious? You spoke about also your experience with schools and how they dealt with you. My daughter went to school on East 86th Street and eventually further uptown in the Bronx, Horace Mann. And she made all those trips you talk about also, but we never had a problem with folks coming to our home and our going to their home. But in Horace Mann, the school itself is Jewish students, what do you call it? Well, the other aspect of the teachers who were there were not Jewish. And we, African Americans who had family members there, provided space on campus to watch and make sure that our children were taken care of.
Thank you.
Do you have a response?
I have a couple of different thoughts about the point that you made about Afro-Haitian, but I'm a little hesitant because the truth is, you know, as I was talking to Everett, I'm not really a sort of a race scholar, but as I understand it, certainly in Latin America, there's this idea of an Afro-Cuban, an Afro-Brazilian, you know, in other parts of the world. In Haiti, it might seem redundant, except that for those of us who are from there, there are a lot of Haitian people who primarily identify by their mixed heritage. We have parts of Haiti where we refer to them as les blancs haïtiens, you know, white Haitians, they're fondés blancs. We have others who are of Middle Eastern background, who are mixed with Syrian. So you've left me with something to ponder. I don't know what the point is in saying Afro-Haitian. In fact, I even think about my own family. As I was writing this, I thought of my mother, who phenotypically does not look like an African because her father was of European descent. So she was born very light with green eyes. And so what role does sort of how we look to ourselves in the mirror play and how we identify ourselves? You might have a family of 6 children and they all have the same mother and father, but maybe some of them are kind of hell-bent on identifying as, you know, neg or Negro and African or Afro, whereas maybe the other ones, you know, yes or no, it really depends. But it's an interesting thing to consider.
Thank you. Next question.
So you kind of just, I had 2 questions. You kind of just answered my first question with respect to the diversity as it exists within Haiti and as it relates to their identity, right? Because there are Haitians that identify with whiteness, with Europeans, that have come actually to New York, okay? And still, I'm not Afro, I'm not black, no, I'm York, or I'm white, different things like that. So, and I just saw a documentary on it this summer too. I can't think of it, but it was a nice documentary, and she was talking about how her parents immigrated from Haiti, and they self-identified as white, and she didn't actually realize that she was black until she was in her 20s. Right? Yeah. But anyway, my second question is, you talked about the idea of segregation in your presentation, and you talked about it in some complex ways, right? In a good way, when you were in grade school, before you got to high school, then in maybe a bad way in terms of, in some sense, when you got in high school, right? So then my question to you is, I'll put it like this. What do you think about segregation? Is it necessarily a good or a bad thing?
So thanks for that question. It's interesting. When I mentioned segregation in the paper, initially I was talking about sort of physical segregation in my community of Coney Island, when I was saying that as a high school student, I certainly didn't have the language to understand why my community looked the way that it did. And it would take many years when I got older to understand that this was an example of residential segregation, and that, you know, there's a kind of forced ghettoization to the community where we live. But you're talking about the incidence of people, this idea of people sticking with their tribe or with their people, a kind of self-segregation, if you will, in high school. Certainly, I didn't want it to be that way. You know, even until now, I find myself, I have to say, I may look shy at times, but I love people, and I love all people, really. I like mixing with people. So I think with this question, if I were to be very honest, very, very honest, I would say that it depends, which is why in closing of my paper, when I talked about Marcus Garvey's quote of the tree, I said, you know, sometimes I don't feel that firmly rooted. You know, sometimes the tree is kind of swaying without sort of standing firm. And then other times, based on a certain experience, I feel that I do have that firmness. And it keeps going back to what the sisters the first comment that we heard today, which is this kind of constant relationship with America, right? That's like me every day, all day, 7 days a week, right? So on certain days, you know, you want to have a kumbaya moment, you want to hold hands, you want to do like a We Are the World rendition and kind of believe in this idea of Dr. King and, you know, we're more than our skin color and we're going to love each other, we're going to be okay. I have to be honest, other times, depending on what's going on, especially when there's just a lot of heaviness in the news, a lot of so much anti-Black sentiment is what I call it. I'm very clear about what's going on. It really does sometimes, I'm just speaking for myself, kind of, your head is just kind of put in this space of wanting to be left alone with your own people, where if you're being blindfolded and a person is listening to, you know, you'll almost sound, it's almost like a Farrakhan, you know, this idea of like, why are we still here? Why are we doing this to ourselves? When are we going to get the memo that we should just be kind of off and doing our own thing? And I entertain that at times, like I'm listening, you know, because it's heavy. It's very difficult sometimes to feel safe and to feel free in this country as other people take for granted. So I think that plays on how you kind of position yourselves in terms of sticking with your clan or not wanting to live that way.
Thank you for sharing. Brittany, will you ask the last comment, please?
Thank you so much for your presentation. So you were talking about identity politics, and that automatically makes me think of this idea of the new Black. I don't know if you're familiar with Raven Simone and saying that she doesn't classify or define herself as African American anymore. And I come from predominantly white institutions as well, Ohio State and Michigan State, and you do see a lot of students of color starting to come with this ideology that race isn't important, and the more that you focus on race, the more that race becomes the issue, right? I come from African American studies, so I disagree with that. I think, you know, race is something that needs to be discussed, and that discussion of race is not what causes racism.
Yes.
So how do you think this is going to impact the future generations when we try to continue to build upon these liberation ideas and these theories of liberation, I guess, is,
Yeah.
you know, my
Thank you for asking that question. And just by full disclosure, this question is so important to me that anyone who'd like to get together for lunch and talk about it for a couple of hours, like I'm totally down, because this is a question that is always on my mind, and I didn't want to go on overload in this paper. I just tried to touch on different things that I'm always thinking about and journaling about. So I am, you know, the quintessential nerd. I'm watching MSNBC all weekend. I have a journal, you know, I'm always writing down. And this is something which I have to say, like, on a visceral level really bothers me at times, this idea of us policing each other. And I'm still trying to make peace with it myself, because the fact of the matter is I'm clear. Like, I'm clear as to what I believe. And I stand in that, and I'm secure as a Black woman. So of course talking about race doesn't create racism, right? That's preposterous, right? But I feel uncomfortable, very uncomfortable with the idea that if Raven Simone is saying something that sounds silly and ridiculous and frustrating and annoying, that I should be automatically sort of revoking her race card. I find that scary because it reminds me so much of what has been done to us over the years. And I didn't really get a chance to talk about that in this paper, but there are a lot of, famous people online, on Twitter, and they've been going on and on about Raven. She lacks the intelligence. So then we start doing the same thing, right? She's not intelligent. Where do they go to school? So for people who are used to being in the academy, when you listen to some of us educated Black people talking sometimes, right? So if you're blindfolded, who do we sound like? What does that language sound like of policing each other's intelligence, trying to decide who fits in, who doesn't fit in, who's okay, who's passable? It makes me very uncomfortable. And so my question is, of course I don't want Raven Simone speaking to a group of 1,000 teenagers in my community, right? I'm just being honest because I feel like, oh, well, no, that wouldn't be a good idea. However, where is her right to exist as well? And how can we have space for all of us to just be? So I'm, Don Lemon, people get really into it. People get really, and they want to take him away. He has no right to be on TV, and Uncle Tom all day on social media. And all these terms, the minute I hear those words, I shut down. I'm not listening. Because those words to me are not helping the conversation, calling him a coon, a house Negro, and all this kind of stuff. And if we can leave that to the side and find a way to have the conversation, but what we're talking about is consciousness, and you can't legislate another person's consciousness. Just like you can't legislate love or sisterhood and brotherhood. So it's just going to have to be, as was said earlier here, that Blackness is not a monolith, that the Black church is not a monolith. If we really believe that, then we have to have space for all varieties of African American expressions of thought. That's, we have Black Republicans. And it's silly to get totally worked up about it. I'm that's how I feel, that's me. Yeah, that's just my personal, because that just has to do with your freedom. And I kind of get it. Yeah. But I get it. It requires a deeper conversation, because another conversation could be had that, metaphorically speaking, Blackness is not the color of our skin, right? It's this allegiance to the betterment of Black people. It's sort of coming from the heart. It's this sense that we want us to kind of be elevated. So if we're
definition as well.
Right, right. But unfortunately, there is not that sort of one-size-fits-all definition. So what about people that are Black just because they are? Mm-hmm. They just are Black. They just are. And they might want to have a long weave, and they may want to, blonde their hair out. They could do whatever they feel like, and they're still going to be Black, and they're still going to die Black. So that's how I kind of feel about it.
Thank you.
May I
just say one more thing, please? Thank you very much. I know you said this.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Just one comment. Part of your theme was navigating not only the identity and the politics, but also something that's very crucial to who we are, our consciousness. And we have to be self-determined. We have to self-determine who we are and how we will be labeled. And just the subtle way of how America and other all around the world has defined us as minorities, just think about that one word and what that means, less than. So subtly they have consciously defined us, and we really are not minority.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And what is your name, by the way? Bernetta. Thank you.
Bernetta Nelson.
Thank you so much. I wanted to ask a question, if that was okay. So I'm a high school teacher in Jacksonville, Florida, and I would love for all of you guys to come. But I guess the question I have is, I really like the term you used when you said formative years. So I'm 24, so I still think I'm in my formative years. I don't really know, what's happening. And identity has been something that's been a really big deal for me because my father was Ethiopian but was killed when I was 1. So, I would say I don't necessarily feel that I totally identify as East African immigrant, even though he was, because I wasn't raised by him, But then I was never fully white, so the name in school was light, bright, damn near white. And, you know, so I remember on the report card in Texas, it's saying the B, you know, for black. And so people would be like, okay, why is this phenotypically white, but not all the way white person, like that. And so I've been still figuring out what's my role, you know, because people think of me as really different things, however they're feeling. And so I have 7 figured out how I think about myself. So the 2 questions I have, I think would be for my generation and kind of the generation you guys brought up, like Raven, Simone, almost like a confused generation, would be, what is your advice? So I think the reason why you get comments like this is because as humans we want to fit in, and we don't have that 60s movement, you know, where everybody was, you know, telling us how to feel and how to be proud. We're almost in this in-between stage with the millennials, and I think that's why they're struggling. What is my blackness? What is my role? So what would you say the role is, especially as you have more and more biracial people, and sometimes the biracial, I know my mom, you know, my sister helped raise me and a lot of different people, but I have friends that are biracial whose parents simply just commodified blackness, and then they're themselves using their, you know, biracial look to commodify themselves. And so what would be your advice to that? And then I'll save the second question if we have time.
It's a good question, and I don't know that I would be an expert to answer, but I'll say what comes to mind, because I have had a lot of sort of understanding over the years for people who genuinely do identify as biracial and have expressed very similar comments to what you said today. And I know that it's very, very sort of, you know, confusing per the admission of all the people who have been saying that. And for me, even as we were talking a little while ago about what is blackness, surely we all remember when Tiger Woods was asked, you know, how he identifies, and he didn't just say, I'm a black man, right? So race is a very fluid sort of, you know, social construct of a term in terms of what is it exactly that we're talking about? Are we talking about blood? Are we talking about lineage? Are we talking about skin color? Are we talking about a cultural expression, how you relate? So a lot of it just has to do, so President Obama wrote his bio, he wanted to identify as a black man because he calculated, was like, you know what? If I don't say I'm a black man, like, how is this going to work, right? Because this is what people see me as I'm walking down the street. But certainly people who do not have 2 parents who are, you know, traditionally black, that is within their right to kind of figure out, where do you fit in and how do you want to identify yourself based on your own sort of personal experience. I can only talk about in my family, it's a little bit different, but I said a little while ago how I have relatives that look like you, that frankly look very, very white, that could pass for white American here in the US. And it just so happens, I only talk about my family, I know that many other Haitians have very other experiences. I had Haitian friends where their parents, as someone said a little while ago, that they're European. When I was in college, I met the daughter of a very famous French author who kind of shattered my innocence when she told me that her family, she was kind of whispering, told her that she could only date people that were her complexion. And then I said, oh, it makes sense because all her boyfriends look like her brother, right? So this was another sort of experience happening in the Haitian community that I had frankly not known, because in my family, you have people with all sorts of features, and we had all identified as Haitian, Afro-Haitian, really lots of terms in the language, whether it's neg or negress, and really to owning up to our African heritage, regardless of how one looks, regardless of one's skin color. So now that I'm older and I'm reflecting on that, that was our experience. That's how we chose to identify.
Yeah, I guess for me, because I have always identified as black too, but I try to, you know, in the conversations, I know that in the United States, I pass off as white. So it's like confusing how to be authentic to what you identify with, but then also because you have so many people these days, you know, that I don't even want to say their name out loud, that will try to utilize and commodify certain things, and I always like try to be real cognizant of that. My second question is, in my formative years, I struggle hearing your story because I really want to go back to school. But I really love my 16-year-olds. I just love them so much, you know, and I struggle with, okay, go back to school so you could have agency, right? But then, like, college was so hard for me. I remember, like, the professors saying, don't drop out, we need you here, and feeling like